Hey, I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we are going to be doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating. Thank you guys so much if you are helping us get to that 50K milestone. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much in helping to share these messages. Prior to beginning our daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. We are still deep in the heart of retrograde season. Mars is also in Scorpio. We're going through, we've moved into Libra. I feel like the Libra energy is helping in some way, shape, form, or fashion, but there's still a lot. I need to describe that. The thing about this energy right now is it can create a sense of weariness. The reason we're potentially feeling some of this weariness right now has to do with the fact that we're having a very, very prolonged eclipse, not eclipse cycle, apologies, a very, very prolonged retrograde cycle. It's going on for quite some time. It's moving us through all of the, it's allowing us this experience of having to kind of, typically when we go through a retrograde, we've got like 1 or 2 planets in retrograde. We've got a lot of planets in retrograde right now. And a lot of it can create a lot of intensity and relationality to feelings of lethargy, feelings of heaviness, feeling a little bit of that, like feeling a lot of that, like feeling of just something that goes on that feels interminable. So I want you to recognize if you're feeling this right now, it has a lot to do with what we're experiencing astrologically. Things that will help with this, make sure that you're prioritizing rest, make sure that you're hydrating. I really want you like embodying and focusing on on Ace of Cups messages, which is always remembering to prioritize the care of the self so that you can be in best service to those around the self. But I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy, and this was coming through in our most recent reading, it's just about catharsis, catharsis, catharsis. This is a good time to kind of plant seeds. This is a good time to contemplate on something. This is a good time to build upon plans, things that we want to be conscientious about when we have so many planets that are retrograding out in Aries. And this is a little bit of coming out of the eclipse cycle that we just had, which was also incredibly intense. Making sure or focusing upon not doing things that feel indulgent to the emotions, that feel like they come and go. There's something really important about a little bit of that spikiness that we keep on hitting with all of these planets in Aries. And I got to kind of stress this right now because we need to talk a little bit about this. It's the fact that we have, and this is why it was easier when Mars was in Libra. I would be much happier right now if Mars was in Libra with energy like we're currently going through. The difficulty with Mars being in Scorpio and then all of these planets in Aries that are retrograding is it talks a lot about how good it feels, right? How good it feels to like have those little moments, right? Like that, those little snaps, those little darts, if you will. This is something that often those who with scorpionic placements come here to work through. right? The space by which we are not effectively, the space by which we are not effectively reactive, but being able to work through something in a certain way, in a way that allows us to be able to build into consistency on it. I'm not saying that to mean that you can't activate in energy like the one that we are experiencing currently. But the thing that is very important to note is making sure I keep on hearing, make sure that you are activating, not reactive, not being reactivating. So effectively, what does activating mean? It means doing something in a different way, leaping at an opportunity, right? Doing things like allowing for a bit of that, energetic excitement to move you into in ways and directions that allow that bit of like, how do I describe this best? It allows for that, like it's like fool card energy. It's like taking that positive leap of faith. The thing you want to be conscientious about in this same vibration is being energetically reactive, is feeling triggered and doing something in a moment that doesn't feel like it's in energetic alignment to the self. So, and we're seeing this right now. This has been the whole conversation that's been coming through, particularly for the energy and separation. And the thing about a lot of this work is it's very nuanced. Things are going to be really, really, really nuanced for the duration of the time that Uranus is in Gemini. Because Uranus in Gemini basically helps us work through trality issues, which is the observation of something that feels good can look similar to something that is bad, depending on the intention that one is able or the direction that it is moving one. Now, for a lot of the energy and separation right now, we're seeing that a lot of this work, I was seeing a lot of fragmentation that was happening in the energy and separation, which is not surprising, given the fact that we recognize that over the last few days, right around the time that the eclipse season started, we effectively saw and identified that there was a shift in terms of the pathwork of the energy that is working through separation out of temperance and into moon messages. Now, the thing with the moon card is the moon card can often be working upon the context of nuance, building into the understanding of the self. There is some energy of restoration that is occurring right now in separation, but the energy that we see that is coming into restoration is doing so via the observation of how much they have changed, right? It's the ability to be able to articulate and to speak upon pathwork of wisdom. And so even there, we may be seeing a lot of energy is receiving true apologies. And how can one typically demarcate a true apology? No strings attached to it, right? The ability to give something to another because it feels like it is something that another deserves, or it feels like something that helps move another person forward on their pathwork. There's a lot of catharsis that we see that is happening right now. So there may be a little bit of energy that is going through that healing and taking some time to kind of reorient in terms of where it places them. What time cannot heal are situations or circumstances where we feel triggered because we are holding an energetic standard. And I'll tell you right now, the pathwork that is potentially reaching conclusion right now will potentially have to do with situations where another person was not necessarily waiting in separation, but was potentially hoping, understanding that, especially if these were situations where there was some kind of separation that occurred at a time of articulating or trying to get clarity on manifestation goals. If instead of someone bringing clarity back towards someone during this retrograde period, they're checking on them to see if they're still upset. It's the observation of the difference between something that feels restorational versus someone trying to mollify to be able to go back to something that is potentially allowing for the closing up of unhealthy cycles. And the catharsis that's potentially arriving in those modalities is the observation of potentially feeling or experiencing or seeing something that potentially frustrates the self, but reaffirms one's own direction moving forward. Now, the relationships that are coming together at this time are very interesting because we see that for a lot of those relationships, there are wounds that have potentially happened to the energy and separation as it relates to energy that has not effectively done their shadow work. Now, I don't like to utilize the word shadow work sometimes because I sometimes feel it gives, I think people have like a little bit of the heebie-jeebies about it. But the thing is, shadow work is effectively just the conversation about doing the understanding the aversions of the self to be able to understand and recognize where the work needs to go, if it's an inside problem or it's an outside problem. So for some of these relationships, the wounds that they're carrying are not just the idea or the space by which another person was deceiving them, but potentially having been deceived because another person was deceiving themselves. Like, this is the work we do in healthy manifestation. We do the work to understand the self so that when we move in accordance with our manifestations, we don't get in the way of them. We don't articulate that we desire something, and then when it comes towards us, we run in the opposite direction. So that's why we see for a lot of those relationships, those conversations, right? Coming to know one another, but navigating each other with a sense of trepidation. This is the energy that's doing auric work around one another, because they're trying to see via the communication if what they articulate that they're trying to move towards, if their life feels like it's moving in accordance with that manifestation. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. A lot of those relationships right now we effectively identify were the temperance partnerships that were coming together from about the time of Uranus stationing retrograde right before this eclipse cycle started up until the time of the solstice period. These relationships are effectively going through a solar plexus opening right now. And the solar plexus opening, they may be centering, they may be bringing forth and talking more about a trauma that occurred. And this is interesting because what we have been effectively identifying with a lot of these relationships is not the fact that they were trying to keep something from one another, but it's the observation that when we're healing from trauma, there is a season for everything. And these are relationships where they've worked so hard on healing their trauma that they don't bring it up day to day. And they didn't necessarily want to have an experience where they were coming to know one another and they were only feeling identified by what had happened to them. So this is potentially areas where they're going into further detail. They're expounding upon past wounds. They're showing another the depth of a wound. They're showing them how far something hurt them, or the true impact of some experience that they may not necessarily have gone into full detail about. And so we see that for a lot of those relationships, again, there's a lot of catharsis coming in, but that catharsis is the solar plexus opening in being able to help each other carry that weight of those experiences because of the strength of the relationship. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union. For the purposes of our readings, we always read the energy that most recently moved into divine union. And those were specifically the magician partnerships that were coming together from between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. These are relationships that are going through a maturation process right now. And there may be a lot of irony that's happening there. Because for a lot of these relationships, while they may have been in relationship before, they've never centered a relationship like they have currently. They've never had a relationship that has taken up so much of their prioritization. And the ability of understanding that a centered relationship often changes the orbit around us. There could not only be situations where energy moving into union is recognizing that there's rumination outside of partnership, but they're also understanding that there's very little that they can do about it, right? They're understanding and they're learning why we can't touch some of Saturn's lessons. That when we're experiencing a moment of celebration and another person's going through rumination, trying to confront them about it or trying to talk to them about it doesn't necessarily fix it. Sometimes it makes it worse. It makes it impenetrable. So it's a lot of the energy that is potentially even remembering this, and they know exactly what's happening because they remember a past version of self that felt the exact same way in a different experience. And that's why we see that there may be also, and again, a lot of catharsis coming into those partnerships, because what are they saying to each other right now? You can't touch some of Saturn's lessons. Some things only time can heal. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to catch this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're also doing a giveaway today for the highest gifter. Will also be receiving a free reading. Congratulations right now, Christina. You are currently in the lead with 11. Good to see you today, Kay Megan. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you for those likes. Thank you, Christina, for the gifts. I'm happy to read for you on that, Christina. If you'd like to be on the list is open. You'll be the 2nd person read for. Was feeling awful yesterday, but feeling great today. So glad to hear you're feeling better today. I know. I'm glad we made it through the eclipses too. I know it's heavy energy right now, Christina. V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the compliment today, dear. Good to see you, Estevan. Hi there, Ava. Welcome. Absolutely. I hope you're doing well as well, Kay. So good to see you today. And thank you as well. Ooh, hold on a minute. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you. Virgo moon here. Yeah, I mean, I kept on saying, for those with Virgo placements, the Virgo season was not potentially easy for those with Virgo placements. The energy that we were seeing during Virgo season was not ideal. It's not great for Libra energy right now, but Libra energy is good at navigating like less than ideal vibes with a sense of proportionality. I'm less worried about Libra in this energy than I was with the Virgo energy. Absolutely. Yes, Ava, you can definitely get on the list from Saturday. I'm going to add you right now. Ava, you'll be read for after Per. And thank you so much, dear. If anybody else is on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Absolutely. Sad, if you want to read, you're welcome to get a read. All you have to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you today. Hi there, Per. Excellent. Yes, I've got you on the list, dear. You're the first one on the list today, Per. Good to see you today. Work through, not around. I like that. Excellent. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Broken. And cool. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation as well, Christina. Grand Rising, Celestial, Libra Ascendant. So you're Libra Moon and Libra Ascendant? That's a lot of Libra energy. How are you doing today, Fig? I'm still struggling with the reality of the lack of relationship. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Fig. And I gotta tell you right now, I don't know what their astrological placements are, but like this Scorpio Mars energy, I feel like the thing about it is like this Scorpio Mars energy, like it's sneaking up on us. You know what I mean? It makes like the thing about like Scorpio Mars with all this planet, all these like the thing with about Scorpio. This is the thing I got to warn you about, guys, right now. Okay, Christina, you said you were a Libra ascendant. Now you're saying you're Scorpio rising. Which one is it? The thing that we're seeing right now with this type of energy, and I'm gonna like give you a heads up on this, is, and it has also to do with the fact that we've got Chiron and Eris in retrograde, which is a lot of like, what did you mean by that? Right? It's a lot of that like the thing I'll be conscient, I'll like tell you about right now is like mishearing, misreading, like subtext issues, like stuff like that. Like that's the type of stuff that you got to just be conscientious about, because I'm going to tell you right now, we got Pluto in retrograde. We got Mars in Scorpio, and then we've got Aries. We've got all these planets retrograding out in Aries. It's like when I say the energy has never been more like more set to like bark up the wrong tree. Like come on, like just give it a like I'm saying this to everybody, like just give it a minute, okay? It's the best thing I can it's the best way I can describe it right now. Oh, Fig, sending you so much support, dear. Hold on. You're welcome, dear. And Victoria, thank you for the follow. I like your name, Victoria. Grand Rising Celestial, good to see you. I just can't believe it. What would the energy be like for for unhealed Libras right now? It's Batman energy. That's what the energy is for Libras right now. And I gotta tell you, like, this is what we talk about. Like, my joke with Libras, right? This is my joke with those with Libra placements is Libra energy has a tendency of sometimes wanting to Batman things, which is the base by which one is like, I know how to balance something, right? But the thing is, when you try to balance something, right, it sometimes can create further imbalance, right? And I like to joke about it with like the thing with like Batman put on a cape and a hood and starts trying to like fix crime. And what happens? Everybody else starts putting on capes and hoods, and they try to fix things too. And now there's all these bad guys that want to fight Batman. So it's like you got to ask yourself, was that the most effective way of navigating the situation? If you had all that money, why didn't you just like open some charities? It's like that, it's the difference between like superhero versus philanthropist, which is often why you'll notice that like Libras have this tendency of like chilling out. They have this tendency of chilling out as they kind of age because they understand, right? They understand that often, like when you're trying to balance things, you don't put weight, you don't like put dead weight on it. You put subtle, you it's like you work towards understanding and defining what balance is, if that makes sense. Hold on a minute. Oh dear. Virgo moon, Libra ascendant. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I got you. His side of the family and him sure did a number. I can't believe someone could still be so angry. Ugh. I'm sending you so much support on that, Vig. But I gotta tell you, the energy that we're experiencing right now is not at all helpful for those with issues in temperament. It is not easy energy right now for those with issues related to temperament. Scorpio rising, got you. Oh, that doesn't sound great either. Yes. Bluebell, good to see you. Sounds like a bad time to have that conversation to initiate reconciliation. It's no, listen, Bluebell, I'm going to tell you right now. It's not that it's not a good time to initiate conversations as it relates to reconciliation, but making sure those conversations articulate upon and work to in the context of like accountability. Like it's talking about like every time I'm reading right now on the restoration energy that's happening right now, it's being able to articulate. And again, I'm not surprised to see this given the fact that we see Mars and Scorpio, how much one has changed, right? Like it's a conversation that how much one has changed that allows the capacity of something being like progressing in a positive direction. So no, I mean, yeah, whenever we get into Libra readings, I'm gonna bring up Batman. It's my favorite analogy. It's my favorite analogy for unhealed Libra energy. Batman's a Libra. I refuse to hear anything otherwise. Batman's a Libra. I have to make a decision. Oh, wow. Oh, that's frustrating decision, Christina. Well, and again, if you'd like to get on the list in terms of like having insight in terms of like what to bring to a decision like that, we never look to tarot to make our decisions for us, but for advice in terms of how to make a decision. Haley, I'm sorry for what you're going through. I am as well. No, it's not fun at all. So true. And Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Please remember, anyone who's a subscriber will also get a one card reading when we hit that time after the personals. No, it's not. Last 2 years have been like this. I'm just stunned, I guess. Drew a line. we're gonna see a lot of energy like this right now, Figs. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey, right? Okay. Yep, that's exactly what I'm seeking, accountability. And I need to point this out. Like the thing is, and that's when you can't go to somebody asking for accountability, right? Like if somebody owes you accountability, there's never been a positive conversation to go up to someone and be like, "Are you ready to be accountable yet?" You know what I mean? Like, and this is what I meant about some of that true apology energy, like energy that is articulating how much they feel about something or how much they've changed. Absolutely. What is celestial? What is an example of manifestation goals that a couple can have together? Oh my gosh, what a fantastic question. So I feel like some good examples of that are talking about where you hope the relationship will grow into, right? Is there a destination that you hope to arrive to, either be that locational? Is it a state of being, right? What's the higher self of the relationship doing right now? What does that day to day look like? I feel like it's really important. Like I feel like healthy relationships often have, and again, we're in Libra season, goal setting meetings, talking about like the condition of the relationship, and what one is hoping to change, what one is hoping to remain the same. This type of work, I think also in terms of again, especially in the space by which we sometimes notice unhealthy cycles in partnership, potentially unhealthy fights that you might find yourself in frequently, or moments where it feels like you're kind of going through the same hurdle on repeat. Addressing those and looking at situations and saying, like, look, how can we experience that in a way that we don't kind of fall back into the same unhealthy patterns? I think one of the nicest gifts that we have in healthy partnership is it allows us a conduit by which we can potentially heal trauma that is hard to heal in separation, unified with someone that understands what that trauma is or where it lives, and helping us through it instead of projecting out onto one another with it. So I feel like, and again, the one thing about it, like, it's not to say that all energy is terrible energy. Like, and while I know that there's a lot of intensity that's coming through and a lot of the energy that we see right now, given the fact that we're going through such an intense, long standing retrograde season, like the ability, I keep on hearing like the ability to let go of old wounds is never greater in energy like this, because it's the observation of what it is that you're working on doing better that allows you the ability to potentially like see, like be like, okay, this is how we change that. This is how we fix it. Grand Rising, Team Olsana, good to see you. Cool. To get a reading, all you do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. For those who are just joining us, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here, for those who are interested, dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic readings, mind, body, spirit readings. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for our read, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can give me that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Grand Rising, Julia, so good to see you today. That's exactly what I'm seeking. Thank you for confirmation, Bluebell. Yep, it's so spot on for him. He's on his own Batman mission that causes more chaos than balance. And you see this, like, you see it, here's the thing. You see it a lot in Libra placements early on. Ideally, thank you, Leslie, for getting on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for today. Ideally, as Libras grow into the understanding and working through those energetic cycles, they start to let go of it, right? Like, like it's actually interesting because Libras often arrive here really, really focused like really, really focused on fairness. And they depart, like they move through a cycle of understanding the significance of nuance as it relates to fairness, right? Because even in the context of fairness, like fairness is often the space by which you're overly centering the self, right? So there's a lot of that work that we see that often comes through with Libras being able to kind of refine or build into a sense of balance. And that balance, like this is why you'll often notice that those with like Libra placements start becoming more zen as they as they get older, because it's more of the understanding of it's more of the understanding that doesn't necessarily require heavy lifting so much as a gentle hand, you know. Yep, you're spot on. Thank you, Bluebell. Yes, I am doing readings today. Cool. We're gonna get started on the divine energy update, and then after that, we're gonna move into personals. I've got 3 people on the list right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the 4th person read for. Grand Rising, Team Olsana. You're so welcome, Fig. Yep, links. Thank you for the help, dear. These children are not for the weak. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Just lost my spot. Just catching back up. I know it's been a minute. Hold on a minute. Just catching back up. Yes. Grand Rising Tea. You're so welcome, Fig. Excellent. And how you doing today, Shush? Haley, my son took it upon himself. Oh no, to pull a banana peel out of the trash while you were in the bathroom. Why? 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 And he ate it. No. Why? These children are not for the weak. These children are not for the my son used to have a predilection for cat food when he was younger. So I understand. I sympathize. I sympathize to you profoundly. It's, yes, excellent. I know it doesn't really work to ask for accountability, so I'm trying to figure out how to approach that conversation. If it helps, Bluebell, and again, if you want to get on the list, we can obviously draw cards on it. But I think that there's something to be said about the difference between asking someone to be energetically accountable versus like what we need, like what we effectively need in order to feel safe, seen, and supported, right? Like I like to like I often feel that the conversations that can kind of help motivate that forward is talking about how one might have approached something differently, right? Having a conversation on approach is sometimes a good way to facilitate a conversation on accountability, right? I have an Aries, stellium, Sun, rising, Mercury. Well, here's the thing. All right, the thing is right now, I'm not worried right now. I'm not worried right now about my Aries babies. I'm not worried about my Aries stellium babies because, like, I know things are getting on your nerves. But here's the thing: when are things not getting on your nerves? That I feel like, if anything, I've been saying this whole time. Those with Aries placements right now are potentially more equipped to handle this retrograde because I know it's putting a lot of pressure on the sign work, but it's what Aries come here, like this is what Aries came here to learn. This is what they're this is what you were built for. You know what I mean? Like it's like this is Aries being like, yes, yes, this is the annoying of annoyings. This is like the great annoying of 2025 has wrought itself into existence. And the Aries have been like, I've been training for this my whole life. Yes, Julia, I'll put you on the list right now, dear. And Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Yep, absolutely. Yep, you're so welcome, Shush. You have a great day. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Me? Am I doing okay? I'm doing fine. I'm just tired. Why am I not tired? I mean, like, I feel like I'll be happier when when all this retrograde energy's gone. But like other than that, what do you like, it's just as my grandma used to say, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yes, cat, I know cat food. Just chewing on it, just turn around and eating it like chiclets. Oh my gosh, I know. And it's like I don't know what to do, you know? He walked up to me with the peel in his mouth, and I said, "What is the No! No! What no!" Oh, these children. How I mean, Strega seemed pretty copacetic, to be honest. She only gets touchy about her soft cat food. I mean, thank God it wasn't the soft cat food, you know? I did a quick Google search to make sure that, like, it was okay. Like, I'm like, I mean, like, is this a danger moment? It didn't seem like it was. They're still here. So absolutely. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help modding today. Make sure to give Kay some love. I know I need to get the wand. I forgot to get the wand. I have to go find it. I'm definitely doing it. No, no, no. I can't unthink that thought that you guys have put in my head. We're definitely gonna have that there. And no, Aries are right now, our time has come, you know? Because this is like, I mean, here's the thing. Everybody who doesn't have Aries placements, I'm worried about right now. Like everybody else who doesn't have Aries placements right now, with all these planets retrograding Aries, being like, why do I feel why do I feel like I just want to like and Aries are like, yeah, I feel like that every like go this let this serve. I've been saying this all year. Let this serve as a sign to go find like the Aries around you and just be like, you feel like this the whole time? The whole time. You feel like this the whole time. And the Aries will be like, yeah, what are you talking about? You don't? You don't? You don't? So it's not, again, it's for Aries right now. It's gonna feel more like the struggle is real, you know? Exactly. Absolutely. Literally, as an Aries stellium, I attract too many placements who need to hear. Yeah. But like we talk a lot about this here, Aurora. Like the thing about Aries is Aries are the bully's bully. You know what I mean? Like that's what's funny about Aries. You will find Aries that are bullies younger in life, if only. Aries usually grow out of bullying. And not only do they do so because Aries are too strong for their own good. Aries spend a majority of their life. Aries is all Hulk energy. Aries learns very quickly that they accidentally damage things because they've got a strong grip. So Aries spend their whole life trying to pull back on their strength. And that's why Aries are bullies because when they see somebody throwing their strength around, it's like a double negative to an Aries because not only do they get insulted by it, but they know they're not the strongest person in the room. The Aries is. The Aries, like that's why like a Aries sees a bully and says like yippee. And Aries sees a bully and is like it's like happy seal energy. The Aries is like, I can find like, oh, okay, I know, I also know how to wrestle. And I like to point this out, like Aries will never say I can't fight. Listen to any Aries you've ever known. An Aries will never say I can't fight. An Aries says I don't fight. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Like when an Aries says that, like take them at their word, man. Thankfully, we haven't had any pet food issues yet. He does like dirt clods. Oh God, no. Oh man. What sign are they? Are they a little Scorpio? They sound a little Scorpio. I will emphasize it was once. Exactly. It's insane. So real for Aries. Yeah. I know a lot to happen. A lot to happen to where I had to lock in in UK. Ugh. Aries be like, oh yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm not complaining. I know you're not complaining. I'm just saying the Libra placements need help. The thing with Libra I mean, like, it's not all Libra placements. It really isn't. Because and I feel like there is like it's often an unhealed Libra. It is in the space where they're like are expounding upon um like that type of work, right? Like when a Libra gets older, or when a Libra comes into like the maturation of their cycles, it's often the understanding that like, the space by which like the space by which you're constantly trying to remunerate never creates balance, right? Because what happens when you constantly are trying to match energy, like the scales never get balanced, right? It just goes on, it goes on indefinitely. It's like it's just it doesn't create balance. It just creates it creates ping pong energy. But when we're working towards balance, right? It's like working towards the even keel. It's working towards what feels energetically proportionate, right? It's looking at situations and understanding like what one needs to bring to it versus what one derives to get from it, if that makes sense. Exactly. Thank you, Tiffany. Hey there, one moment, just reading up. What are you gonna do? Exactly, what are you gonna do? I know, I have to find my wand. I'm definitely gonna do it, V. Yep. Yeah, I might have had a chit chat with my his guides, like clear his energy up, please. I have also had conversations with others guides about that. Like it's just I feel that. I get you, Aurora. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Extra protein, Haley. That's look, immunities. That's what I used to say, right? Imagine all of the immunities that that child is getting right now. Yep. A large part of our relationship was me teaching him to stand up for himself. Oh, yep. Tony Serrano said that a lot too. Wait, what you gonna do exactly? Yes, I hope it's still settled. I hope it's all settled down a bit. Absolutely. Exactly. Yeah, I knew what you meant, V. I know, I know. I mean, they said they liked it. That was the worst part about it. It was hard to stop them from eating it because I would say don't and they would say why? And I would say because it's cat food and they say but it's good and I'd be like it was not helpful. I needed to get less delicious cat food. Yeah, exactly. Thank you as well, Tiffany. Tiffany. Yeah, it worked apparently because bro is expressing feelings. Yeah, the scene yeah, exactly, the whole time from Mrs. Doubtfire. Aries and I'm freaking out, also navigating things well way better than I thought I would. We see that's perfect example. Look how far you've come. Yep, we are the bully's bully. Aries moon, yep. Aries sees a bully and starts playing whack-a-mole. No, because Aries is like, oh, finally. I don't have to hold like, oh, I can just I can go full throttle. Like it's like the energy. Like the Aries, I tell you, like the Aries are constantly are like, are you okay? Like they're constantly pulling back. So when Aries finds a bully, they're like, you know? My Libra BF says I walk very lightly and closed doors really consciously. Ooh, I like that, Tiff. I like that a lot. You are right. I will only bully the bullies because I don't like it. I'm like, oh, so you want to go? Exactly. It's like it's doubly offensive for an Aries to see a bully because not only do Aries consistently have to work not to be considered one because they're accidentally stronger than they mean to be. But when they see somebody who's trying to pretend they're the strongest person in the room, the Aries is like, that's me. Like, Aries is like, Aries is like, it's like watching someone trying to be them and being like, oh no, you sweet child. Oh, thank you so much, Ashley. I'm a Libra, Sun, Cancer, Moon, Aries rising. Yeah, and so again, like, I mean, how are you feeling right now in this energy right now, Ghost? I mean, like the Libra, Sun, Cancer, Moon is a wild combination because I'm sure you spend an agonizing amount of time worrying about others' feelings because you can pick up on their unconscious space, right? You can read the room of someone's psyche like that. You can probably notice if something happened even if somebody's not talking about it. You can probably clock that You can probably clock that as soon as somebody walks in a room. You probably see it on their face if nobody else can. And the problem is with your Aries rise. Like, did you say? Hold on, I just want to check that. Yeah, the problem with the Aries rising is like you probably clock that, and you're like, who hurt you? Who is it? I just want to talk to him. No, I just want to, no, I'm just going to talk to him. No, I just want to have a conversation. But you won't, you'll have a conversation where you'll decimate them. You'll decimate. You're like, no, I just want to talk. I just want to talk. No, I just want to talk. I just want to talk to them about what happened to them when they were 6. I just want to talk to them about what happened to them when they were 6 that makes them act like this. Like that's that combination right there. Oh man, you do a number on someone's head with that combo. He's an Aries. Thank you for confirmation, Haley. I'm a Scorpio. Okay, so they're doing it more because they're giving themselves a bet. They get a thought in their head and they're like, I wonder, they might even be doing it like, yeah, that is some daredevil energy right there. That is someone that is like, honestly, that's the funny part about it. Because if an Aries is doing that, they're probably doing it because they want to see the reaction you have to it. I'm sorry, I'm just reporting the news. You know, that's not gourmand energy. That's somebody who does something to see the look on your face when you see them doing something. I hear you talking about Aries. How do you feel about Aquarius? I love Aquarius. Aquarius moon, Aquarius moon, exceptional taste. A healed Aquarius is much the same, right? Like absolutely can make dreams a reality. Has to remember dreams like the has to work on like the hardest problem for Aquarius is not disassociating from their emotions, right? Like the physical plane is not a place where dreams come to unalive. It's where everything is possible. Can you explain the concept of older, younger souls from my perspective? Yes. So the best way I read into, and I read it from a life path perspective, like there are those energies I read into, and I often get first time here. And the key word there is here. So, and I often get this because I've had others ask me about the fact that energy isn't created or destroyed, and it's not. From an energetic perspective, all energy is potentially the same age. But when we characterize old soul or new soul, I often hear when I'm reading for it, I'll get first time here, which gives me indications that what we describe as those who are old soul have had a lot of iterations on this plane of experience, which indicates that there are other ones as well. So what I would often identify, I don't like it as a new soul, isn't necessarily the fact that like, oh look, a new soul's been formed. It's the idea or the understanding that they have not had multiple iterations in this on this terrain on this plane, if that makes sense. Yes. One moment. I'm an Aries sun, Gemini moon, Scorpio rising, so I relate to that. Oh, I absolutely can imagine. But like that's like, here's the thing about it. I mean, Kay, like it's hard because I keep on seeing like you're someone who likes healthy fun, but you probably like you're someone who can like it's hard for others to keep up with you. But finding someone that can keep up with you that isn't on like a pathwork of self-destruction, like that's going to be the hard thing for you with those placements because you like Aries sun, Gemini moon is someone who's like work hard, play hard, right? Like you can do that. And also I keep on you can do something. You can switch speeds and still be okay the next day, right? Or you have an element of control in your own chaos, right? Because that's what the Aries and Gemini do. So it's probably really hard for others to keep up with you, or energy coming towards you that is not necessarily like that has maybe might have more reckless tendencies. Libra is a tool, not an enforcer. That's a really beautiful way of saying that, Tiff. But and here's the thing about it: the Libra has to come to like. It's not that they are. It's that they operate best when they move in accordance to that, right? Like it's the same joke with like Batman. Like what would have been more helpful for Batman? Was it to put on a cape or to open a school? Would have been to was it to go around trying to save Gotham by beating people up, or would have like putting the money into infrastructure helped it? Like it's the joke about the difference between feeling like one needs to bring balance into things versus understanding how like balance is created, right? It's nurtured. It's not you can't enforce, like you can enforce balance, but often there's a pushback on it, you know? Yep. One moment, please. Yeah, my partner's a Scorpio sun, Cap rising, and Libra moon and Mars. Oh wow. Really hard worker though. Like they're probably extremely ambition driven. That combination, do they sleep? Yep. I know. No, they said it was quite good. That was the hard part. It would have been easier if they didn't like it. When Aries sees a bully, they suddenly start hearing, well, no, exactly. They do. Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, exactly. Hi there, Cam. I'm a Libra too. Ghost. I spend so much time analyzing other people's energy. I stress over every. No, I can see. Yeah, how could you not? How could you not with those placements? But you have to like just because you can sense something, right? That's happening to another. Like it's like energy. Like that's a hard part. You probably like others. The fact that you can pick up on things like that. It's like it's building into the space of being like not interrogating someone, but being like, is there anything I can help you with? Anything you want to talk about? Kind of energy, you know? Tiff, oh my God, I've known so many Libras. Terrible at keeping peace. But this is it's not but not all, but they get better in time with it, right? Because they're very like here's the thing about it. Like Libras take balance personally. They have a very very attenuated sense of fairness, right? They want things to be fair, and it really upsets them when it's not. And it's not that's not a selfish desire in those with Libra placements. It's because it's like it's tangible. It's like they have the understanding about why that is achievable, you know? Yeah. I also have an Aqua Venus, Mars, and a North Node, so I'm strategic about it. That makes sense. I mean, those are some beautiful places to have Aquarius energy, though. I'm an Aries rising. Yes, I can't tell you how many times I've said I just want to talk to them. Aries has never wanted to talk to anybody in their life. Aries, Aries wants to talk to somebody in such a way that they get them upset that they'll take a swing at them. Like that's the problem with some of the Aries placements. They'll be like, I just want to talk to them. No, I'm not going to touch them. I'm not going to touch them. Aries going, I'm not going to touch them. That's the difference. Like a Libra will tear you apart with their words. Like a Libra says, I want to talk to him. A Libra will have you on the floor because the Libra, if a Libra says, I want to talk to him, what they really want to say is, I want to talk them to filth. I'm going to tell them exactly who they are. I'm going to tell them everything I actually know about them that I've been holding back on. And Aries says, I want to talk to them. And Aries says, I want to go provoke them. Like Aries is like, I'm going to go look for a reason. I'm going to go give them a reason. Is what it's like. Aries has no desire to come to peace in the space of saying, I just want to talk to them. And Aries is going to say, like, I was just trying to talk to them. I don't know what got into them. You know what got into them. The Aries trying to talk to them got into them. Hi there, Samantha. Welcome, Angel. I always struggle with Libras as a Taurus. Oh, well, yeah. My Venus is an Aries, though, so maybe that's part. But here's the thing about it. Taurus and Libra are very similar. I said what I said. Taurus and Libra are very similar. They protect their peace, right? They are protective of peace. They are very very protective of peace, just in very very different ways. So, and that and the thing about it is when Libra and Taurus are protecting the same piece, that is like that is like an unstoppable force. But the problem is when Libra and like when Libra and Taurus are protecting different pieces, then it's a whole different thing, whole different thing. Oh, that makes a lot of, yeah, because that's the thing about it. Like the Libra and Taurus will never be in a space of being provocative to each other, but they will go to great lengths to protect their peace. And they're very, very sensitive about that peace. Like, yep. Oh, hold on a minute. Just reading over. And thank you for the follow, Tiff. Guys, please remember all super fans will get one card readings later today. So if you become a super subscriber, you'll also be getting a one card. Oh, I've got lots of evidence of decimating people, but hey, I have warnings. I have a warning. So I exactly. You gave them. Did they know you were warning them? That's the problem about it. It's like the warnings that went unimpeded. Yeah, exactly. Yes, they shouldn't have been traumatizing people. I love. Yeah, yeah. I like that. Me and Tiff both clocked and said the same thing. Did they know you were warning them? Hold on a moment. Yep. Yeah, I've been on this plane a few times before. I can tell. I can feel it in my bones and knees. Oh, you're freaking spot on. Thank you, Kay. Yeah, the only people who have not been able to keep up with me have been the only people who have been able to keep up with me have been unhinged. That's the hard part because you're not unhinged, right? So it's hard, right? Yeah, they never do because I'm chill about the warnings. See, they think I won't play. See, I like how me and Tiff both clock that, Aurora. Sag rising, Aries, Sun, Moon, Mercury. Whoo! I like it though, but that's fun, you know. Like you can like here's the thing: you can laugh off anything, you know. Like you probably get really upset when someone gets in their feels and ruins a good time, you know. Like it's like, but you're also like that's kind of like bulletproof energy, you know. Like I can like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that, like it's big personality. Yeah, we are yappers here. The crazy thing is once I have a couple of times, I don't know why they keep trying me because I'll tell you right there. I'll tell you right there because I feel like again it's a space by which I feel like I wouldn't be surprised with that type of placement. Someone feeling like you're being hyperbolic, you know. Virgo moon, Cap rising and moon. That's nice though, Isabel. I mean, the Cap moon like wait, you said Virgo moon, Cap rising and moon. Did you mean Cap rising and sun? Yeah. Hold on a moment. Yeah, because each time I got to address same thing, it escalates a little more. Yeah. Veronica, thank you for the follow. Does he ever sleep? No, I know that type of energy doesn't sleep. I'm trying to get him to focus on getting on his body more. Thank you for confirming. I know. I was like, oh, that person does not sleep. Like, they probably do like they probably do like tiny bursts and then long jags, right? Like couple hours here, couple hours here, and then like 14 hours, like in one straight shot, just like the complete realignment of the system and then back to it. Yep. But that's good you're helping them with it. Hold on a minute. Oh, Bridget, welcome, dear. All right. Hold on, just catching back up. Yeah, because each time, and thank you again for the follow. Hi, Bridget. Oh, you're not late to the game. We're just starting at earlier time now. Virgo, I mean, here's the thing. I was really worried about my Virgo babies this last Virgo season. This was not the energy for any. I feel my no Virgo should have had to go through the energy like this during their season. I felt the same way during Pisces season this year because all the planets were moving out of Pisces. I'm like, this is terrible. All the Pisces are going to be having abandonment wounds coming up. So I think that for a lot of like the thing with Virgo energy is like healing the sense of perfection, like understanding perfection is not found, it's made, right? It's what we do with imperfect situations is where we find perfection. Yep. I swear Aries are so nice. We're trying to help. No, I mean Aries grow, like here's the thing. Aries grow to be nice. Okay. I like to point out Aries start here. Aries will start here with if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, to if you can't handle me at my worst, that's ridiculous. I nobody should have to put up with that, right? The level of the Aries healing is when they stop coming into that like rebel without a cause mentality, you know? And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, you're Taurus. Excellent, Broken. I see that Aries energy in my little guy already. I've got I've got a sweet spot for like Aries energy because like I always associate it with like the Fool card. You know, it's all of this like let's go, like you know what I mean. Like it's a lot of that excitement to do things. You know, absolutely. We definitely come in swinging if you got us. I just want to talk. Oh no, that like it's not even because like if an Aries wants to talk like that, they're gonna say the most offensive thing possible because they're just looking like it's the like the Aries is like the Aries is just looking for a reason at that point. Libra Sun and Taurus rising. But that's the thing, like like that. I like to like I like the Libra Taurus is like the dynamic duo because it's having the fortitude to do something and the adaptability of the Libra to get there. You know, like I wouldn't be surprised, Emily, if you're like no does not exist to you. You know, you're like, what does it take to get there? No, I don't want to hear no. Like there's no such thing as no. Yeah, absolutely. Very nice. I'll attempt direct communication and solutions many times before. Exactly. I'm such an anxious person, but I don't want any drama. But like you, but that's often what we like. That's often what we see with those with Taurus placements, right? Like it's like it's just working towards identifying and finding peace. But that's a problem with a lot of those with Taurus like placements. Peace, extended peace, is found by pushing outside of your comfort zone, right? Like the ability that you find more peace when you're able to push out of your comfort zone because you find an ability to be more peaceful in situations. That's a hard part for those with Taurus placements. Absolutely. I like that. Making today as good as I can. What a good way of approaching the day. All right. And thank you for the follow, Broken. I got started an hour ago, dear. In fact, we got to get started on the Daily Collective. I mean, I've got an Aries Mercury. I'm direct. They should know I'm warning them. I mean, like that, like, I feel like, it's amazing how others do not read into a proper warning. Like, I don't know why I have to yell to get them to listen. I'm just warning you directly and calmly. Exactly. Hi there, Cap. Oh, Cap, Sun, and Moon. Okay. Yeah, Cap. I mean, we talk about Cap Moon can be a little bit difficult, right? But I feel like it's the understanding of like the Cap Sun is beautiful because it's understanding like your ability to fix things is profound. As an intuitive empath, I'm a mirror. I used to absorb. Now I observe and reflect. What a beautiful way of saying that, Julia. Channeling those high priestess messages. Regina, thank you for the follow. No, Cat Cat Moon and Cat Moon and Rising. Okay, wait. So, but Isabel, you're saying, are you a triple cap? Is what you're saying? Because you're saying your Cap Sun, your Cap Moon, and your Cap Rising. So you're a triple cap. Okay, absolutely. Yes, we were struggling. This was not the. And this was. I know this was not the sin for Virgos. I mean, it was just the what the energy was very difficult for them. Yep. A pet. No, you no dumb questions, Broken. So if you have a pet that you want to read into, just getting a sense of their energy, how they're feeling about things. That's effectively what a pet reading would be. Thank you for the help. Oh, Nikki, good to see you. Mimi, middle school Virgo friend, came back. Damaged but full of love. That's beautiful. Sending you support, Mimi, on that restoration. Yeah, I go on my toes for the first exercise yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got Aries Sun, rising, Cancer Moon, and Aries Mercury. I see and I speak. Yeah, and here's the thing about it. Like the Cancer Moon, I can see like the Cancer Moon is probably going to be those moments that you say to someone like, "Look," because you're like you probably like. I like to point out Cancer Moons have often done more shadow work than others. So it's the space by which the thing you have to be conscientious with is sometimes people don't do something intentionally. Sometimes they just don't know themselves well, right? Like that's the problem with Cancer Moons. Cancer Moons, it's like you've already arrived doing some shadow work. You know, you're like you delve into who you are. Gemini, Cancer cusp with Virgo. Virgo, where's the Virgo? Oh, you mean like in connection with it? Oh, you mean a relationship? You know, the problem, the only thing that like the thing about not walking away when things get uncomfortable, like not getting the not getting uncomfortable because it's getting too intimate on something. And the nice thing about a Virgo is like a Virgo will understand if a Gemini Cancer cusp like has a hard time like talking about their feelings. Like that's the nice thing about the Virgo is Virgo can be very attenuated to under like a lot of subtle conversation energy, like a lot being said with a few words. But making sure that you don't like dip out when things get too frustrating, making sure you come back. Yes, you can absolutely get back on the list, Bridget. What do you remember what day it was? I just need the day. And we're going to get started in just a few minutes. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Scorpios are introverted Aries. I swear, I like that description. We clog that need for control. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, there's a bit more. I mean, like, Scorpios need mystery in their life. Aries don't like mystery. You know, this is sometimes why Aries and Scorpio can butt heads about things. Because Scorpios think that mystery is the spice of life, and Aries is like, why do you have to make everything overly complicated? Yeah. Oh my God, they're completely unraveling. End up trusting me. It's perplexing. That's great. Yeah, they love me. Cancer Moon, yes. Your voice reminds me of Evelyn. I dressed as her, Teo. I dressed as her. I dressed as her last year for Comic Con. My son was Hunter. Yeah, I'll take it. Cancers are so sensitive. I'm married to one. They are they are very, very sensitive. They are. But you have to understand, I mean, like a good like but here's the thing about it. Like a healed cancer will recognize their sensitivity, right? Like it'll become their superpower. But it can be difficult. More like catch up. Oh, the amount of shadow work I've done with a Cancer Moon. No, I get it. Like that's the problem with it. Like I would not be surprised. Like that's the hardest thing in terms of another person. I would not be surprised if there's energy around you that's making choices more because they're avoiding something about themselves, and you're just like you may hold them accountable for something they might not even be able to see. Yeah, Cancer Moons, and we deep dive because we didn't really have a choice. Yeah, Cancer Moons, like it's like forced shadow work, 12 years and I still have to tap dance. It happens. Yeah. I literally just said that. No choice. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you, Mimi. Literally, I'm Scorpio sun and rising with Cancer Moon, 8th house. Yes. Bored easily. Bored easily. Where were we? Good to see you, Queen of Swords. Excellent. I believe it was Wednesday. Okay, that helps. Thank you. Let me just double check. I'm not seeing it on Wednesday. Yeah, just if you can let me know the date, Bridget. I'm not seeing it immediately. Here, um, wait. It was, I found it. I found it. It was Thursday. I got you. All right. I've added you back. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the sixth person read for. Excellent. Must have Aries placements. I was going to say, I like Cancer Moon Aries sandwich. Sandwich. Efficient and with conflict, like darkest dark past. Like, no, that's because like, yeah, no, like Cancer Moon with an Aries is like somebody who we like doesn't talk about it, you know? Like they got a history there, but they're working really hard just to move from it. You know what I mean? Like it's like mysterious past. Oh, I can post them. I can post them over on the. I gotta post a bunch of pics over on the disco. I can post those pictures. Absolutely. Board easily, yes. Need, risk, and variety. Oh yeah. We love a live chat with good energy and great convo. Tap to claim, Tiff. Yeah, I definitely don't back down from it. I try to resolve, but if it comes down to it, it was a day I had or 1 min. Yep, I found it, Fig. All right. Oh, and Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be this. I got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to get on the list, please, and claim your spot, please do so sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things we don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. We do here Life Path, highest party messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic, animal spirit guide, and mind body spirit. You're welcome, Bridget. I totally have the darkest of the dark past, and people never expect the things I say. Well, and that's the thing about it. Like Cancer, like Cancer Moon is sometimes have a hard time connecting with others because they haven't been through the things that Cancer Moons have been through. Sometimes work really well with Cat Moons. Cancer Moon and Cat Moon together. What might it mean to have a lot of Cancer rising around you? What would attract a lot of Cancer energy? Are you Capricorn? I feel like Capricorn sometimes attract a lot of Cancerian energy. Um, Interestingly, I like to point this out. I feel like often Cancer energy is drawn to fire signs because it heats it heats them up, if that makes sense. Because it's like I like to describe it, it's like sunning on a rock kind of energy, you know? But it's hard because sometimes those with like a lot of Cancer placements see like a sun sign, and often sometimes can see them the choice to be positive as naivete, failing to recognize failing to recognize where it comes from. Yep. Oh, thank you, Adam. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Scorpios be like, how is she alive and so positive? What is her secret? I must know. SG, thank you for the follow. Tempest, good to see you, honey. I know you're on the hold list. Do you want to be added back to the list today? Let me know and I'll add you back to the list. Yes. Pisces, welcome, Kath. Yeah, Pisces had a rough, this was a rough season for them, their last birthday, like season, like your season was rough. I'm a Scorpio, but only have Cap series, Aries moon, Sag stellium. That's a lot of, but like a Sag stellium is really fun, you know, in measure. But like that's the thing, like Scorpio with Aries moon, you know, like it's go time. You know, you probably get really annoyed by others who don't like activate on things. Yeah, my ex was a Cancer, but he was too boring. But that's what happened. I mean, like here's the thing, like the worst part is though the thing about like a Scorpio and a Cancer is that like a Cancer, it's not that it's like they have a hard time bringing that internal world out. you know, it can sometimes be like moving through like the pathwork of like one's own insecurity in terms of being vulnerable, like that. And like Cancer and Scorpio, it's hard because you're both like, I like to point out, like, you both have that like carapace, right? Like you both have those walls up. I attract a lot of very unhealed Cancer energy. Cancer, Sun, and Rising. Got it. I mean, but and that's the thing about it. Like, it's the thing with it's not, listen, it's not that there's some beautiful Cancer energy. Healthy Cancer energy is the energy that has recognized their vulnerability is a superpower, right? It's the ability that they embrace their vulnerability as a point of strength. When a Cancer is too worried about being vulnerable, that's when a Cancer comes off as being fragile, you know? All right, thank you, Tempest. I'll add you back to the list too. All right, I've got you on the list as well. And we've got 3 spots on the list for today. If anybody else wants to claim a spot on the list. All right, before the list will be closed. Yes, and thank you, Lolo, for the follow. Guys, please remember, anyone who's following me, we're going to be doing free one cards for my subscribers. So if you become a super fan, you'll also be eligible for a 1 card. Absolutely. I enjoy it. It's fun to be a little fiery with some water to balance it out. No, I can imagine. You're so right. Thank you for confirmation, Kath. You're so welcome, Tiff. I hope you have thank you, guys. It was nice seeing you, dear. I hope you have a beautiful day. And yes, exactly. My Cancer moon creates depth, but unhealed Cancer is rough. No, I know. And here's the thing: you probably were one at one point, which is why you're probably like, I remember when I was like that, and that's why it's unacceptable. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Haley. My friends, we're going to get started on our daily collective. If you want to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list is closed today, so make sure you secure that spot sooner rather than later. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now. I will be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. Bridget is currently in the lead with 112. And we're also, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective as well. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Before we start our daily collective read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I have our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to draw one. We're going to count back from 10, and we will see who gets closest to the animal. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wren. Thank you guys for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, September 29th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? Hermit card in its reversal. Wow. 2 of Cups in its reversal. This is intriguing. This is intriguing because I got to tell you guys, and I talk a little bit about this here. I am not someone, when I do my readings, Hermit card does not come out a lot. It's not much like the card is a very hermity card. And what's so compelling is the fact that this card was the card that was our pinnacle card in our recent reading. So if you head over to the stack, you'll be able to see that photo on our recent podcast. Now, there's a lot of cards in this deck, so it's very telling when we have the same card appear, not just the same card, but in the same direction that it appeared in the last reading. So this is a continuation. We're just picking back up in terms of where we left off with the last reading. This is a period of catharsis. This is a period of planting seeds. I also am going to stress right now, this is a period of learning to be uncomfortable with things. And one of the reasons that we keep on seeing this, and we were talking a lot about this, has to do with the fact that we saw that there was an energetic shift that occurred pretty much right before we went through that eclipse cycle. Prior to that experience, a lot of the work that we saw, the relationships that were coming together, were effectively temperance relationships. The adaptability and the identification of what it feels like to build into the space of mutual effort. And a lot of those relationships right now, they're going through a solar plexus opening. This is all moon energy I'm seeing. And the thing about moon, and we're going to be talking, so, we're going to be talking about the moon card at length in our next tarot church class, which is going to be happening on Wednesday, October 15th. But it's the conversation of why it's so important that we do our shadow work effectively. And again, for the purposes of our conversations, shadow work is the ability to understand and recognize our own energetic aversions, right? The things that are difficult for us to navigate, the spaces or places by which we're trying to do something more effectively. Now, the reason I keep on seeing that this Hermit card is there in its reversal has to do, and this is often why we talk about one of the things that's so fundamental in building a healthy relationship is the ability to navigate through our own uncomfortability, right? Because when we navigate our uncomfortability, we learn things about the self. And it's not about, we talked about this yesterday. It's not about getting rid of all of our triggers. I don't know where this wild concept came through that made others feel like the job of being on a healthy spiritual journey is to get rid of your triggers. You need those. You're supposed to be triggered about things, right? When we're in a healthy space, our triggers rest. So, like, specifically and directly, exactly where our standards are, right? We take ownership of those triggers. We articulate the fact that we're triggered for a reason, and then we're able to speak upon why we're energetically triggered. The thing we have to avoid, and this is what's hard about trauma, trauma puts triggers in weird places, right? And when trauma puts triggers in weird places and we don't do the work to heal the trauma, then that's the trauma that we then give to others as they encounter those triggers, right? It talks about the space by which we understand what it takes to heal. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, this is what I'm talking about with those three different modalities I see in separation right now. And it's all coming into a cathartic point. It's not to say that there aren't true apologies that are happening in this energy, but I keep on hearing a true apology is an apology without any strings attached. It's an apology by which another person articulates something specifically because they understand, they want, and again, Mars in Scorpio, understanding the force of change, wanting to let another know how much they have changed in order to facilitate and recognize what they're trying to do more effectively. So I feel like there's something really, I feel like there is something really beautiful about some of the upon some of the restoration that's happening in this retrograde cycle, because I keep on hearing it's apology that allows another person a point of catharsis. And catharsis is something that feels energetically restorational because it helps us identify like the space by which we understand that we're moving in the right direction. Now, for at the same time, this is also why I see that this retrograde could be having a lot of energy moving into separation. And what's interesting about it is some of this separation is thought they were in separation. I see some energy that has thought for like a period of time right now that they were in separation, but this seals it. And why is the energy now in sealed separation? The energy is in sealed separation because I keep on getting the message. If these were circumstances or situations that there was some kind of fragmentation that occurred in the conversation about a manifestation goal, there was some kind of explosive moment that caused for a rift, then the energy was moving forward but holding on to hope that could be something energetically different, right? The observation of being able to, this is energy that's been healing with full understanding of what another person would need to bring to them in order to facilitate productive, healthy healing. And this is why I keep on hearing, if during this retrograde season, instead of another coming towards them out of a sense, like out of a sense of restoration, right? Wanting to kind of pick back up upon something, wanting to continue the energetic conversation in terms of moving towards a manifestation goal, but instead was trying to mollify, which is not necessarily having a productive conversation, but just checking if someone was still emotional to see if they could go back to something. This is what I keep on seeing is allowing, I keep on hearing some sealed separation. And the reason it's sealed separation is it's giving another person the catharsis of recognizing and feeling affirmed in relationality to the direction that they were headed upon. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's moving, the energy that's moving, that's coming together. This is why we are identifying and recognizing so much energetic trepidation. Why are we seeing so much energetic trepidation right now? Because for a lot of the relationships or a lot of the situations that we're identifying or recognizing are working towards, um, like working towards getting to know one another. There's I keep on seeing these are situations or circumstances that are healing, that are effectively healing from experiences wherein they've experienced wounds from another person. And this is what's so hard about some of these relationships. They're healing from other energy, not being, I keep hearing healing from other energy, not being clear in relationality to what it is that they effectively wanted, right? They're experiencing the wounds of another self deception, which is the difference between recognizing and identifying the direction that one is moving towards, the ability to articulate upon it that allows the space by which one is able to move towards a manifestation goal. I keep on seeing that these are relationships that everything was fine until something was moving in accordance of a relationship. And then again, energy that ran in the opposite direction. It's not enough just to say that one has a manifestation. One has to have the understanding of the self that allows one to arrive to be able to move towards it. And so everything we keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of that work, they're 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 holding hope for one another, but coming to know each other very, very carefully, very, very cautiously, right? There's a lot of this. I keep on saying there's a lot of this energetic trepidation there, but a lot of this energetic trepidation that we're effectively identifying in these experiences is speaking towards the energy that has been hurt before, and they're not allowing the past to inform them, but they're building into the hope or aspiration of what it is that they aspire to find going forward. This brings us to those temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And again, to clarify, those were the relationships that were coming together um, between Uranus going retrograde up until the time of Mercury and Venus station. Between time of Uranus going retrograde, right before the eclipse, up until the solstice period that we experienced over the summer. Yeah, this is this is Eight of Wands in its upright. These are relationships, circumstances, and situations that they're going backwards to go forward, is the best way I can describe it. And why are they going backwards to go forward? Because um, it's more of the conversation that we saw that said it wasn't that they weren't keeping things from one another, but they didn't go into granular detail on the full depth of something that happened to them because they didn't want to center their trauma as they were moving into partnership. And this is why I keep on seeing for a lot of these relationships, the space by which they're able to articulate that readiness, the ability to amplify the fact that they're energetically ready to share something with another or to speak towards it. I keep on seeing that it feels, again, there's catharsis because it's like the catharsis of feeling the relationship that's strong enough to be able to share fully to another without, I keep on hearing, without it affecting how they feel about one another, right? Like it's giving me, it's like the relationship is the load bearing weight. It's the space by which it's like, and this is why I meant about it being a solar plexus opening. It's like a lot of that energy. It's it's that sharing that becomes energetically profound, because I keep on hearing that is the space by which they're feeling that and experiencing that together. This brings us to the energy moving deep within divine union, and these were those magician partnerships that were coming together between the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Yeah, we've got Six of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Three of Cups in its upright. So the thing that we're seeing, particularly and especially, particularly and especially with the Six of Swords in its reversal and the Three of Cups, has a lot to do with the energy is going through that maturation process where they're basically just coming to terms with the fact that the energy outside of partnership is I keep on hearing like recalibrating as the result of being in a centered relationship. And I kept on saying that for a lot of these relationships, it's wild because they've been in partnership before, but never centered like this one. And centered partnership often affects the orbit outside of relationship. And that's why I keep on seeing, but the energy isn't working too hard to try to resolve it because they recognize that it's a maturation process. If this is the energy that's deepening into a connection and they're going through a moment of celebration, and someone outside of partnership is experiencing rumination, they understand that they're witnessing Saturn's lessons. You can't touch Saturn's lessons, right? You can't change how another person feels. They potentially even remember a time that they themselves felt that way. So what do we see that they're doing right now? They're giving each other catharsis. They're reaffirming to each other, right? I keep on hearing they're reaffirming to each other that like that their joy, right? That their joy is something that should be it should be mutually shared by those that are, it's funny, I was about to say shared, but I heard square, because they say mutually shared by those that are square with them. And the reason they're saying mutually shared by those that are square with them is the space by which, when we all want the same manifestation goal and we're moving towards positivity, right? Then that is often the calibration that helps you see the energy that is moving in accordance towards the manifestation versus someone that effectively wants something that is separate or different from the self. So I keep on seeing that, like, there's like there's a heaviness there, but it's heavy in the right ways, if that makes sense. Continuing to get clarification between our Hermit card in its reversal and our Two of Cups in its reversal. Moving back to the energy and separation, we've got here the Seven of Wands in its reversal. And here's the thing, like, here's the thing that's happening right now for some of the energy and separation, which is it's talking a bit about I feel like it's talking a bit about the fluidity of partnership, the fluidity of catharsis in like a healthy partnership is one that I keep on seeing. It's the space or the conversation that feels like it's energetically effortless, is what I keep on getting. It is the identification of being able to do something that allows for a lot of that. I keep hearing like allows for a lot of that fluidity. And there's something important that's coming through right now for the energy and separation as it relates to fluid partnership, because fluid partnership doesn't feel energetically, like, it doesn't feel energetically forced. It feels like it's a lot of the space by which we identify and navigate, like how simple something can be. And one of the things that we're seeing for the energy and separation, and I think that there's something about those apologies. I told you that there was a small portion of energy right now receiving true apologies. This is what I keep on hearing about: a fluid apology. Like, a fluid apology is not stoppered by someone saying, I will give you this apology, but only if you give this back to me. Right? I keep on hearing, like, an apology is not an exchange, right? It's not, I keep on hearing there's no bartering in a good apology, is what I keep on hearing. There's no bartering in an apology, which is the space by which we understand that when we feel an energetic apology point, we're effectively we're fluid upon it, because the fluidity of it is our fluency in understanding ourselves. And so I keep on seeing that's why there's a point of catharsis happening in some of those spaces, because the conversation that one is having is not the space by which another person is just apologizing. They're articulating to another and saying, I'm apologizing because I am now more fluent in the fluid of the self, which is understanding themselves better. Now, this brings us to, and this is why I would not be surprised right now if there is energy that is going through a modality of someone trying to come back to them and say, okay, I'll give you this, but only if that, right? Someone almost trying to concede to a manifestation goal, as if they were making some kind of concession. And that's what I meant about the sealed separation, because when another person comes towards us and instead of saying, I'm ready, I can't wait to have something with you, they feel like they're relenting, right? It feels like they're giving something up in order to give us something else. This sometimes can create a sealed separation, because the reason that the separation is sealed is not the recognition of someone that says that they'll come towards us in a manifestation goal, but the manner by which they say it feels more like a concession, right? It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like something that they truly desire, so much as it feels like something that they are energetically giving up. And this is why I keep on hearing a celebration should be a manifestation goal. A manifestation should feel fluid, because the fluidity of it is not built or based upon another person feeling like they're conceding something in order to arrive towards a healthy manifestation goal, right? It's the understanding and the recognition of, this is what we often talk about when we talk about alignment. There is a fluidity there, or there is a fluency in relationality to the space by which we recognize and identify what we are energetically doing, how we're effectively going about that. So everything I keep on seeing there, it's saying to me that there's something like that is a modality where I keep on hearing there may have been some energy in separation, but this is the energy that potentially is seeing something in separation that is sealing their energetic direction. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that is moving towards partnership. And this is what I meant about these. This is what I mean about these moon relationships, or the observation and recognition of situations or circumstances by which we identify. I keep on seeing there's something significant and important there in relationality to, I keep on hearing like the careful, I keep hearing like the careful trepidation by which they move towards one another. And I keep on seeing like the space by which they're coming to know one another is the space by which they're coming to know one another is fortified and amplified by doing the auric work. And the auric work is effectively looking at the shape surrounding another, looking at the space by which, like, it's the energy that allows for the context of moving in accordance towards a manifestation goal. So this is the energy I keep on seeing. It's not just that they're speaking to each other about what it is that they aspire, but they're also understanding and seeing the environment around one another to see if what they articulate is effectively true to what it is that they're trying to bring towards them. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into divine union, back into those temperance relationships, clarification between our Two of Cups in its reversal and our Eight of Wands in its upright. We have here the Justice card. And what's nice about this Justice card The thing I'm seeing with this justice card, and I like seeing a justice card in the experience, or the like when we're going through Libra season. I'm not surprised to see the justice card popping up, because for the energy that is the energy that's kind of going through that solar plexus opening right now, as they're moving deeper into divine union. I keep on hearing the solar plexus opening is most articulated by another person saying, I'm finally ready to tell you, right? It's the observation and being able to share something with another, right? The amplification of being able to articulate upon something that may have been hard to speak towards prior to this point. I keep on hearing the same message for these energies. It's not it's not that they weren't sharing something with each other, but they were glossing over it. Because I keep on hearing they understand, like these are temperance relationships, which say there's a season for everything, right? There's the season to effectively address a trauma and unpack it. And then there's a season to put it away. And so I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's almost like, I keep on hearing it's not the fact that they want to talk about something, but I keep on hearing they're energetically ready to have that conversation, right? I feel like it's the space by which they're energetically ready to answer those questions or ready to unpack something, because they feel they've come far enough in partnership that the talking, I keep on hearing talking about the trauma will not distort the energetic direction. This brings us to the energy that is moving, like this is speaking towards the energy that's moving deep within divine union. And for a lot of those relationships, the energy moving deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that these magician partnerships, they are going through like a maturation process. Like this is a lot right now between our eight of wands in combination with our 6 of swords in its reversal. There's our two of wands in its reversal. So what are we effectively identifying right now with the 2 of wands in its reversal? It's hard. They're having conversations with each other about the conversations that they wish that they could have. Like that's often archetypal of when we see that we're going through a maturation process, because it's almost a space by which they're having a conversation with one another and saying, I wish I could talk to them about this. Like, I wish I could communicate this. But that's what's hard when you're going through a maturation process. It's the space by which the conversation that you want to have with another, but you don't recognize if another person is energetically prepared or ready to have the conversation. And that's why I keep on seeing the energy, like the energy in deep within divine union is going through like a lot of surrealness, because they're actually referencing the past version of self. They're remembering how they used to feel, to give reference to something that they're experiencing outside of partnership. Continuing to get clarification between our 6 of swords and its reversal in combination with our 3 of cups. We've got here the Knight of Wands in its reversal. So, the thing with the Knight of Wands in its reversal is, and this brings us back into the energy and separation. And we're going to see a lot of this right now with Uranus and Gemini, right? It's not enough. Like, this is often why sometimes the closing out of an energetic cycle is the moment that you don't hear a yes, the moment you hear a fine. And why is it the difference between the moment you hear a yes versus the moment you hear a fine? What is the difference between that? Because when someone says effectively yes to something, right, it's the vibration, it's the amplification and vibration of another who feels the same, who wants to move in the same direction as us, right? It is the sublime bliss of moving towards something and feeling like it's honoring the yes in the space by which you feel it, and then you feel the vibration of that, and then you feel the delight of moving towards that energetic bliss. There's no fine in bliss, right? There's no fine. There's no fine in bliss, because fine indicates relenting, right? Like fine indicates not a mutual desire to shape something in the direction that one aspires it to, but someone who's almost articulating like the space by which they don't necessarily desire to do something so much as they're relenting or they're conceding to it. And I keep on hearing like this is what we also get right now between, like this is the difference we experience between, I keep on hearing like the difference between consent and concede. The difference between consent and concede is energetic consent is the amplification of doing something that effectively delights the self, right? It's moving in the direction of something that feels like it is like that it is positive. Whereas conceding is the articulation of working through something, not because one desires to do it, but because one is trying, like is one well, because one is trying to like I keep hearing the dissentful consent of concede is what I keep on hearing. The dissentful consent of concede, which is the space by which another person, I keep on hearing like the space by which another person like like comes back to another person and says fine, which feels like somebody not being in a space of wanting something but giving up something in order to articulate that they're energetically okay with something. So everything I keep on seeing here, like that's what I meant about some of the energy in separation, either going through, right? And the reason I bring this up is this is potentially energy that, and I told you I still see about 3 different modalities in separation. This is either energy in separation that is recognizing a tendency that they may have had about things in the past around something that they have been effectively working on, right? Like working through their own energetic hurdles to be able to articulate to another. Like I keep on hearing there's some energy apologizing to another by amplifying the shape by which another person used to find them, is what I keep on hearing. This is the type of apology I'm seeing. It is a apology where another person is apologizing for the shape by which another person used to find them, right? It's the amplification of how much they've changed. But I also see if these are situations where another person is not coming back to somebody in a space of saying, I'm ready, but instead saying, fine. Like there's a lot of this energy that is like, I told you, they're coming into the sealed separation of understanding the difference, the sound it makes when we have different standards, right? And when we have different standards, right? It's like one of the ways we can identify that we have different standards is not when someone says like sure, like yes, it's the space by another person says fine, because it doesn't feel like they're energetically holding them in the same way that we do. And at the same time, this is why, like this modality that I'm talking about here is why the energy in separation is moving towards each other. It's so much energetic trepidation, right? There's so much of this energy here that I see is working through the space of trepidation, because I feel like these are the energies in separation who've been hurt before by those who have articulated a desire for something only only to find the energetic hurdle within the self when another person tries to move in accordance to it. Getting further clarity right now between our 7 of Wands in its reversal and our Justice card in its upright. Ooh, there's that Ace of Cups. Here's the thing we got to deal with right now. I'm just going to warn you guys about this. We're going to keep talking about it. This is this is an energetically exhausting cycle that we're going through right now, because there is not just the fact that we're going through a retrograde period, but we have a confluence of different planets that are in retrograde and planetary bodies. And that can create a lot of slowness. It can create a lot of those feelings of energetic blockages. It can feel like that feeling of things that don't feel like they're moving in the right direction, right? It can get, it's weary, right? It's weary. It can make us feel very weary. And to kind of add to that, And I want to stress this. If all you're doing right now is focusing on what feels energetically supportive of the self, right? If you're focusing on just allowing oneself to feel even keeled in this energy, I want you to appreciate how well you are doing. Okay. Because the energy is just kind of set to make us feel kind of down, right? Making sure that you're not internalizing external problems, right? Not letting a lot of the intensity of this retrograde cycle get the better of you. Um, and I keep on seeing, and this is just happening across the board right now, that ability of navigating things with a sense of proportionality, right? With a sense of, I keep on hearing, having compassion for each other. And I keep on hearing, like, and this is the work, like this is the work of this retrograde. It's a lot of the observation of the difference between compassion and dispassion, because compassion and dispassion, they look very similar. What is the difference between compassion and dispassion? How much shadow work you've done, right? Because when we haven't done our shadow work effectively, then we let our emotions guide our actions, and we look for reasons later, right? We do something ridiculous and then we say, oh, I was honoring my feelings. It's not honoring your feelings to just do whatever your feelings ask you to do at any moment. That is being led by the feelings. And especially, and this is often why we talk about, these are all Aries lessons, right? This is the work that Aries comes here to do. The observation of being able to recognize and identify that when you say, oh, honoring your feelings isn't doing whatever the feelings dictate. That's being led by them. You have no control of your feelings, right? Honoring our feelings is when we're able to hold something up until the light, right? We honor something when we get a good look at it. When we get a good look at it, it's the space by which we look at something and we understand why we're holding it, right? And so I'm telling you right now, this is why I'm seeing so many different modalities right now in inspiration, right? It's the quality, but it's being able to identify the quality. And when we have good conversation, we're able to amplify and articulate the quality of something that we hold, right? So I keep on seeing what's happening right now has a lot to do, like I keep on seeing it has a lot to do with those conversations. It has a lot to do with the and I keep on hearing it's the I keep on getting it's the space by which we recognize and identify what it is that I keep wondering what it is that we're trying to do in a greater way, but not just what it is we're trying to do in a greater way, but the frustration of energy. And this is what how we sometimes carry trauma forward, right? It's not enough to be able to say that one has a manifestation goal, right? It's the observation of understanding what it takes to get there. So everything I keep on seeing, um, and I feel like that's the thing about there's a lot of emotionality here, right? This type of retrograde, and I'm going to tell you right now that the thing about it, and I got to stress this, like, because this is the thing, I was literally talking about this right before we started the podcast. When we got Mars in Scorpio, and then we've got all of these planets in retrograde in Mars, it can create a lot of how do I describe it best? Misreading into things, barking up the wrong tree. It can create a lot of those modalities by which you navigate like a little distortion point and then you take something energetically personally, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep getting like I keep wondering, like it's like glitch energy. Like that's the best way I can describe it, right? And so I keep on hearing don't take don't take an energetic glitch personally, which is the space by which something small happens, and then you just like energetically misread into it, right? Because that often I keep on hearing that's often the space by which we recognize and navigate going through, right? Like going through, like I hate like the thing about like, and that's the only thing I get nervous about with like Mars and Scorpio can sometimes be those spaces of being like, what did you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Being like, what are you talking about? Be like, what do you mean? I mean nothing. I'm not like, it's like that type of stuff. Um, so that's just something that's coming through across all the frequencies to kind of pay attention to. And I feel like it's specifically in relationality to the fact that Mars is currently specifically in relation to the fact that Mars is currently in Scorpio. All right. I just think I feel like this continuing um continuing to get clarification on that on between our justice card and our two of wands and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Yeah, we got the ooh, we got oh man, this keeps on happening. We've been having this happen for like the last 2 weeks. We've got this is wild. Make sure you take a look at the stack if you're joining us and you want to see the cards. We got an ace of cups in its reversal with an ace of swords in its reversal right next to each other. Um, you know, how do we describe this? For the energy, I want to walk this through. For the energy and separation, I keep on hearing the same conversation, which is keep on hearing the energy and separation say, I don't want to convince another person to want the same manifestation goals I want. They should just come wanting those things, is what I keep on hearing. And this is often where we get caught up in unhealthy relationship, right? The space by which we feel like we have to sell each other on our manifestation goals. Like this is what we talk about in terms of like having a fully formed relationship, which is not the space by which you feel like you're struggling to get someone on the same page as you. It's just recognizing and identifying if they're there. So, and I feel like that's what I basically see is happening with the energy and separation. For the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, there's something important I'm identifying in relationality to the work of effectively. Um, this is the energy that is coming into a deeper level of vulnerability with counterpart. And I keep on hearing it's not the fact that they didn't feel like they could before, but they didn't. I keep on hearing they didn't want that trauma to be like the full expanse of their experience and getting to know another person. I just keep on seeing someone say like the ability to talk about something deeply. It's almost like the energy that says, I wanted to tell you about more about it, but I didn't want you just to see the self through the optics of the experience of something that happened to me. Or and so everything I keep on seeing about that, like there's like it's like it feels like I almost feel like it's like the energy that feels the relief in being able to do so in the modality by which they're able to articulate, and another even expresses the fact that nothing has changed, right? Like it has more to do with the fluency. I keep on hearing they're ferment, like there's even more fluency. They're giving each other that they're giving they're not giving each other that history because they need catharsis on it. They need fluency. They want another person to understand better. Continuing to get clarification, but that's where all this fluency is coming through. Clarification between our two of wands and its reversal, in combination with our knight of wands and its reversal. We've got the seven of pentacles in its upright. Now, for the energy deep within divine union, this is the energy deep within divine union right now is feeling very old. I keep on getting, they're feeling very old. They're feeling very wizened. But the reason I keep on seeing the fact that they're feeling very wizened is because they remember. They literally are seeing something outside of partnership, and they're feeling the irony of something. And this is why this is what we talk about with something being ironic. Ironic is something that you understand. Like it's often what we talk about in relationality to Saturn's lessons, because the space by which they understand something, because they can see something happening outside of partnership, and they remember the space by which they experienced it, and they understand that they never could, there's nothing another person could have said to them when they were in their feels about it in terms of another person's relationship. is what I keep on seeing. It's like the energy that that's why I keep on seeing them like work through something, because I keep on seeing they're healing. Like it's almost like they're going through a Saturn return, right? And often Saturn returns help us heal Saturn's lessons. It's the observation of something that we recognize and identify that allows us to feel energetically like reaffirmed. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of this, like they're having conversations. I feel like there's something interesting about the fact that there's some energy that's in partnership right now in relationality to having a conversation about potentially maturing out of some relationships outside of partnership that are too much in their feels about the fact that there's a healthy partnership happening in another person's life. So everything I keep on seeing there, like I keep on hearing it's the observation of hoping that something can change, but they're handing that work to time. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in combination with our Ace of Swords in its reversal, Six of Cups in its upright. And we love to see a Six of Cups here in its upright. Because the Six of Cups in its upright, I just keep on saying the Six of Cups in its upright, the Six of Cups in its upright talks to us about healthy relationship. It talks about the sustaining environment upon which we build into healthy relationship together. And one of the things that we love about the space by which we identify Six of Cups, the thing that we see there that is so important has a lot to do with what it feels like. And I like to point out when I show this card, and I can't wait till we teach on it. It's the sharing of a mutual manifestation goal, right? It feels like an energetic gift. It feels like a gift that we give to one another. And that's what we talk about. It's not enough. And this is why sometimes like the space by which another person says fine instead of yes in relationality to our manifestation goals is sometimes the final straw. Like, right, like when we say the final straw of fine, right? The final straw of fine is sometimes a modality by which we offer something to another that feels like a positivity, right? It feels like an energetic gift. But when another person says fine, it's the observation of them not necessarily seeing it in the same way, right? And that's often the articulation of working through this space that it's not just enough. It's not just enough to want to bring a manifestation but to bear. You want someone experiencing the manifestation in the same way that you yourself do, right? It's the healthy manifestation is one that is shared because it's the amplification of one that is experienced in the same way, not just only by the self, but by the energy surrounding the self, right? It is the celebration point by which we can share that wish, right? When we share our wish, it feels like a gift because it feels like the amplification. So I keep on seeing that this is something that's fundamental right now for a lot of the energy in separation, because this is the energy that is effectively either I keep on hearing they're having a point of healing by someone else that is recognizing the significance of finding that wish, right? Like the space by which another person recognizes the work of the self that allows one to do something more effectively, or it's the space by which another person, right, by which another person does so, and in the context by which, like, and this is why, like, the space by which they're coming to know one another and not just seeing the fact that they're articulating that they desire something, but also seeing the force of intention around and within the self that allows something to feel like it's energetically auric, right? You're cultivating that desire around the self, not just saying that you want something and not in accordance to it. But we also see that a lot of the energy is coming into potentially fundamental separation. Like I told you, sealed separation with another in the space by which they were hoping for someone to come towards them with that space of articulating the desire of sharing something mutually. And instead of saying that they're the readiness of being able to share something mutually, they're saying fine, right? Like they're saying fine. They're saying like it's more, and it's again, it's like it's the space by which another person, like I told you, like tries to mollify something or see if another person is still emotionally reactive to something. And that's why the energy, I almost feel like I keep on hearing, it's like the space by which they say they're fine. And it's like that culmination by which they allow for the space by which they identify and recognize the disparity in terms of how they feel, like how another person is checking to see the way they feel to go back to something versus the conversation that would allow something to move forward. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Swords in its reversal and our Seven of Pentacles in its upright. There's that Magician in its reversal. And for the Magician in its reversal now, what we're effectively identifying is there's a lot of this, I want to say there's a lot of this work that we're potentially seeing. There's a lot of this work that we're potentially seeing right now in, how do I describe this best? In relationality to, this is the temperance relationships. The temperance relationships are building, it's wild because I keep on hearing, it's not that they want to talk about the trauma that they experienced in the past. They continue, I keep on hearing, they want to expand. They want to expand on their history to each other so that they can have a deeper understanding of one another. And that's what's so interesting about a lot of those relationships. I keep on seeing the energy almost talking about something that they don't feel inclined to talk about, but they almost feel like they need to help expand another person's vernacular in relationality to how another person sees something or how they energetically experience it. So everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that is the space by which, like, I keep on identifying that this energy is doing that work, as it were, to define upon it. But also I keep on seeing that there's something really restorative about it because it's helping another person see, like, know each other more or understand why they feel the way they do about something, is all I keep on seeing. Final card for today's spread, and this is the energy moving deep with Undying Union, those Magician partnerships. Wow, we've got the Four of Pentacles in its upright. And the thing about some of this Four of Pentacles energy in its upright is it speaks a lot towards steadfastness, is what I keep on seeing. Why are we effectively seeing so much here in relationality to steadfastness? Because the steadfastness that we effectively articulate or work upon has a lot to do with the space by which we identify, like, and I keep on hearing, like, and this is what I was getting for the energy deep within divine union, which is healthy energy wants us steadfast, which is the space by which we feel energetically stable. And that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of these relationships, if these are relationships that they feel, like I keep on seeing the energy feels comfortable, they feel supported in that energetic partnership, they feel like they are providing that sense of stability to one another. I keep on hearing when we become steadfast, that should be a point of celebration. Others should feel that way too, right? It's the space by which another amplifies or articulates their energetic joy upon something. And that's why I keep on seeing that even in the space by which they may be seeing something outside of partnership that may hurt them, or there may be a desire to change, this is potentially the conversation that they're happening with one another, which is stable energy desires you to be steadfast. Stable energy sees us steadfast and they feel energetic joy upon it, is what I keep on hearing. Like the steadfastness of identity, like the energy that sees the steadfast and celebrates is often the articulation of effectively desiring like working toward the maturation, right? Matching our own maturation in relationality to what it is we're trying to create. So I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is looking like, I feel like this is energy that's deep within divine union, potentially seeing some fragmentation that is happening outside of partnership in the midst of never feeling more secure, and saying like, this is what a maturation process feels like, right? This is the modality of understanding. And that's why I keep on seeing the energy say they can't touch something in that way, because it's the energy that says, like, it's an impossible conversation to have with another and saying, why are you sad seeing me stable, right? It's like that's the type of conversation that this type of energy would have to be able to facilitate a conversation outside of partnership. And this is why I keep on seeing that the energy is identifying and recognizing, like I keep on hearing, like they're identifying what feels like, this is the sound of them identifying what is a supportive environment, right? It's like, it's the energy that feels that stabilization point as we become more steadfast. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I know, listen, I know that this is going to sound really, really rough. Not everybody wants to see you steadfast. I know it hurts me to say it, right? It hurts me. It hurts me to say it, but it's just the truth of situations or circumstances. Like the space by which we understand and recognize, the space by which we understand and work into a space of energetically like recognizing supportiveness is something that we energetically build towards. But you have to understand the context by which we see and we work through difficulties or hurdles by which, and I keep on getting this, like our own, how do I describe this? Our own energetic insecurity is such that it can sometimes make us, like, when we're too energetically insecure, and that fragility that we often go through can sometimes create this feeling of effectively, I keep on hearing like running, like moving in a way, moving in ways that we're constantly allowing our worries to dictate our direction instead of our energetic intention, right? And this is why, like, when we build into like trauma, like, and I need to point this out, trauma is the space by which we're worrying about things constantly, right? And this is often the framework by which we navigate a traumatized mind. It's not even the fact that the traumatized mind, that there's something wrong, but it's the constant anticipation of something becoming wrong that creates that, effective, that creates that space by which you're constantly scrambling about, right, this way and that. So I feel like there's something very significant and important that we see that's potentially happening right now in relationality to some energy healing in a massive way, in relationality to trauma that they've experienced in the past. And so for a lot of the energy that is in separation, I keep on, it's funny because I almost feel like the energy in separation saying a healthy relationship shouldn't require one to be a mind reader. It's a nice to have. It's not a need to have, right? It's a beautiful thing to be able to anticipate and predicate upon another's needs, but it shouldn't feel, right? It shouldn't feel necessary in order to maintain a healthy energetic connection, right? And this is often how we recognize when we're in an unhealthy connection, because if we get into the space that we start healing and we stop overly predicating, like from the place of fear, right? The space by which the relationship remains in a space of being energetically intact. So everything I keep on seeing there's something really beautiful that's happening, even if it's painful, because for some of the energy, this is either energy that is getting apologies from another in the space that they put someone in that position and it wasn't okay. Is what I keep on hearing. Somebody giving an authentic apology about how it wasn't okay to put someone in that energetic position, or simultaneously working through the space of being able to recognize and identify a situation that is only like it's that they can go back to, so long as they're okay with being in that energetic modality, like this the space by which another is checking to see if like being away from someone has created a longing so great that they don't need to have a clear like a clarifying conversation, or these are relationships that are building into the context of understanding and recognizing that it's not just enough to say that one desires something, but to see the environment by which they're saying it, right? You can't say that you want healthy relationship and then get obsessed, but then say see someone giving one attention and say that one's another person's obsessed with the self. You can't say that you want to build into healthy partnership, but then there's no room in the experience of the self to be able to navigate one, right? We move in accordance to we build the I keep on hearing a healthy manifestation. Our life becomes a sanctuary to welcome in those energetic changes. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, like, and this is what I mean about these new relationships that they're forming. They're not just looking at what they're each other saying. They're looking from the aura. They're looking at the aura work around someone, which says, "Do you build your life as sanctuary to welcome in that energetic manifestation? Like, are you doing the things? Are you doing the things necessary that will allow that to come into energetic fruition?" That is where we find all and that's happening across all of the frequencies, and that's why, and I feel like, again, for the energy that's coming into divine union, it's a space by which you say there's a season. I'm finally ready to tell you something that I don't feel will change the shape of what it is that I'm trying to create with you, versus the energy that's deep within divine union that's seeing something, saying they're not ready to navigate the impact of this relationship in the fabric of their experience. And that's why the energy is not necessarily saying something, they're just observing it and holding catharsis for each other as they do so. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. If you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. It is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal reads today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the star card. Our next class will be held Wednesday, October 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the moon card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, you just need to head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 19 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today, so you also have a free reading coming towards you. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your one card. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Aurora, I keep telling myself I don't need to know everything. I can still move forward and trust myself. Let the confusion be the closure. If you've asked questions and you don't have answers, that's your closure. Let the confusion be the closure, Aurora. Absolutely. Become my mantra to keep me from freezing. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shush, for receiving these messages. I've definitely been affirmed in moving away from hope regarding things. Sending you support on that journey, dear. And then, surprise, my partner starts healing and coming closer slowly. Right. Very much temperance energy, sending you support on that journey as well. I'm not even sad at this point. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you, Rocky, for the follow. You're completely describing my partner and I. Oh, wow. He came back from a trip with new energy. One moment. And Rocky, thank you for the follow, dear. And then surprise. Yep, absolutely. I mean, we talked earlier. He's had so many chances. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I know it's not easy. No bartering. No bartering for apologies. I feel you on getting no accountability, moving away from energy myself, sending you support, Rosalie. It's draining. I'm not going to carry the weight of this unintentional. Beautifully said. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. The live just glitched. Did it glitch for anyone else? Yeah, I told you it's glitch energy right now. Cosmic, thank you for the follow. Tiffany, thank you for the follow. Julia, I'm an Aries. I've been signal for, I said, it's funny, I want to say single, but I said signal. Am I ever going to find someone? I'm happy to read for you on that, Julia, if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Oh my gosh, Tiffany. Sending you so much support, dear. Absolutely. Sending you so much support. And Julia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. That's your highest priority right now. Absolutely. Beautifully stated. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Good to see you, Bridget. I just need to know, hold on a minute. I just need to know if it's going to end before winter, because I'm going to need to plan. Here's the, Bridget, you know what one thing I'm planning on doing for my next Mystic Meditations article is I'm going to try to chart out when all of these planets are coming out of retrograde to give us a better optics. Yeah, I did. I got quite into a spirited debate regarding, sending you support, Nikki. They were saying, oh my God, what an ugly thing to say. What an absolutely ugly thing to say. Wow, that's not okay. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Wow, that is mortifying. That is mortifying. Very Christ-like, I will add too. A very Christ-like thing to say. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Patty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And good to see you. I see you over on the place where we keep the videos. I've got you on the list, dear. Thank you for getting on the list. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got one spot left before the list will be closed. I got you, Patty. This is obviously to do with Northern Hemisphere. Yeah. No, this is, yeah, that's what we're seeing here. I hope that helps, dear. Okay. I feel like this is, yeah, I feel like this was meant exactly from this morning. I'm so glad, Julia. And I never watch these. I'm glad that you found something important here, Julia. It's both hemispheres. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, hold on a minute. About wasting, oh my goodness, that's wild, Nikki. Excellent. You're welcome. Nikki, manifest with me. Would you like to form an alliance with me? I like that. Stephen, thank you for the follow. Yep, before starting on my 2-hour drive, I thought to be late for my reading. Again, don't worry, Per. Like again, and I know no driving if I'm reading for you. You know that rule. Okay? Getting it out, like, yep, like the sting spirit in spirited way. Yes. I dreamt of something similar. That is a lot of that type of energy right now. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you for those. Thank you for recharging your heart, me soups. Guys, remember, please, if you want to have an animal spirit guide card later, make sure that you're recharging those heart me's. Okay. People be jelly. Yep. I like that. That's too bad. You have to watch me flourish. Prediction versus preparation. Prediction causes anxiety. Tap to claim. Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You shouldn't have to predict in a healthy partnership. We got to do the work in every season, moon cycle, cloudy day. Beautifully said, Delta. Tap to claim. Julia, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, V. You're so welcome, Delta. Yes, and guys, please make sure to give Kay some love. Thank her for all of her help today. You're so welcome, Lost. I'm going to do my best, Ruby, to do them now, but given the fact that the list is full, I'll probably be coming on later this evening to do the one card. Yep. Sin, I think someone else sent you higher gifts, but they didn't register. I didn't know if there was a way for you to see them. I'm only, you know what? You're right. I did see somebody sent the dragon. Who sent the dragon? I think somebody sent the dragon and then stepped out of the room. You know, this is, I got to tell you right now, like, this has been an ongoing struggle point for a while. So if anybody sent the dragon, can you let me know if you're here? Yeah, we need the optics. Tap to claim. Excellent. Yeah, yeah, thank you. That's exactly yeah, exactly. I like that. Well, Chris is right in that. Would Yeshua support that opinion? What do I need to do to have my relationship connection right now? Happy to read for you that Hardy P if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. There's some, I'm just going to say there's some unhinged things I'm seeing there. Ruby, thank you for getting on the list, my friends. The list is closed. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Thank you as well, Stephen. How are you doing today, Afterglow? You send a donation for a reading. The list is closed for today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll have an additional card in your reading tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Yep. All right. Excellent. All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. As I mentioned, the list is closed today. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. We're also at 31.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. First person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Per's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The swan. Thank you so much for participating, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. Um, who was asking in terms of, yeah, Swan, that came in late. That came in a little late. All right, Afterglow. It was like a little close to the time that I showed it. All right. Oh, in terms of a gift to get on, if you want to get a gift to get on the list, the gift that you can give is the baby dragon. But as I mentioned, Afterglow, if you get on the list today, you won't be read for till tomorrow. You're welcome to do so. I'm like absolutely encouraging it if you want that reading, but just please just recognize that any readings that come in through now will be read for tomorrow. All right, where are we? I've got you, Ruby. I've got you 10. I'm going to offer the same thing. If you decide that you would rather be read for first tomorrow, I'm happy to put you number 1 on tomorrow's list. You just let me know, dear. Yes, the absolute shout out to Kate. She deserves it. Okay, and Rosa, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for the compliment, Afterglow. All right, let's get started. Are we doing a general reading or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, if you guys have information for the reading, for instance, if you like a dream interpretation that you need to give me, you can put the notes in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Ooh, we're doing a dream on the disco. Might be offensive. All right, there's a trigger warning on the dream. I'm going to look at it and affirm whether it's something that we can share, like the full details. I'm assuming it's outside tea. We understand that we don't have control over what comes to us in the dream space, so it's okay. Thank you for letting us know. Oh, wow, you put that like really delicately. You put that like I'm really impressed by the way you put something in the way you described it. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so wild. Hold on. Wow, hold on. This tea is piping hot. Whoa, it was a wild dream. Okay. Okay. Ugh. It's giving operation. Yeah, okay. Ugh, it makes perfect. Okay, it's fine. All right. I'm gonna read this. Is there a way to like make the chat over 18? Hold on, it's gonna be fine. I have to stress this though. Okay, the way that this stream is phrased is like a credit to the editing in this stream. There's nothing the way they wrote it. There's nothing here that I cannot say. It's just spicy. It's a spicy jalapeno, okay? So just know, okay, we're gonna go through this dream. We're gonna go through this dream. And again, if you're a subscriber, you can find the full dream on the disco. We're gonna go through the spicy jalapeno of this dream, and then we're gonna unpack the meaning of the dream. Okay? Okay. And guys, I'm gonna pin up, hold on, I'm gonna pin up Per here. There it is. Where's Per? Okay, guys, make sure to give Per some love. All right. In my dream, I was seduced into intimate acts by a male energy, no idea who it was. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. During these acts, I was shown various rules and messages. I was reading them, which unfortunately I could no longer remember. Okay. Although I did not want it to stop, I asked my seducer to cease the acts because I was worried what my mother would hear and wake up. Afterwards, a competitive element appeared in the form of a race with others through the hallways of a building. At the end of the race, I was told that by being intimate with one of the jury members, I had seriously violated the rules. As punishment, I was given a very unusual sensation in my right side. This caused me to wake up. Upon waking, I noticed my cat was lying against that same side. I went back to sleep and then literally heard the following message in a male voice. The Prince of Darkness rewrote the rules for his own convenience and yours. It also becomes clear that silver lined objects are important. This message was intriguing and very important, and I woke up once again. It was not a nightmare, just a very intriguing in an interesting way. Fun fact, before going to bed, I thought that I am not as afraid of the dark in comparison to a year ago. So let's draw some cards on this. I already got some strong indications about what this dream is about. Yep, two more, please. Yes, thank you. I love tarot. Okay, yeah. um, it's a dream about doing your shadow work effectively. It's a dream about doing your shadow work effectively. And I think that there's something really important. And it's interesting too, because it feels to me like a dream that's being given to you by your guides to show how far you've come, like working through your own shadow work to a certain extent. And I feel like a lot of what we're effectively seeing here is, and I need to stress this because, you know, you said that you started this dream with this kind of amorphous male energy that you can't really identify who it was, but you just knew that there were a bunch of rules and messages. And I love the fact that you said, unfortunately, I couldn't remember them because this is the funniest part of the dream. The whole dream is you going through the dream space and breaking the rules that somebody energetically gave you. Okay. And this is what's so beautiful about showing how far you've come in the space of your shadow work, which is the space by which I guarantee you, in the space of this dream, that if you had remembered who this was, you probably would have been more careful about remembering what the rules were. Like, for instance, if this, and I need to stress the reason we know this is because even as you were doing a bunch of stuff with this person, who were you worried about? You were worried about your mother. Why were you worried about your mother? Because you know your mother's rules to the letter, right? The first part of the dream is a reminder about what we put import towards, which is the space by which when someone shows up, I don't know you. I don't, who are you? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. You come in here with your rules, right? This is basically what happened in the space of the dream. You're very good at remembering rules. You know you're not good at remembering rules because you're very clear in the dream, being like, my mom would not be okay with any of this, would not be copacetic with any of this, right? We put significance on what we remember by the importance of the person that tells it to us, which is the space of understanding that a bunch of energy, a bunch of it, you said the amorphous male energy came to you, gave you a bunch of rules, and you were like, what? This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna be here at this time. You're gonna do these things. What? Oh no, I can't. Like, but even in the space, like, what do we see that we're doing? The funny part about it is even in the space by which you're engaging with this person, you might have been potentially in the space of breaking those rules. And even I like the fact that you said that in the past you said you were more worried about the dark in the past. You weren't having that moment with that person and worrying about the fact that you might have been accidentally breaking one of the arbitrary rules that they potentially gave you. You were worried about the connection that was important, right? You were worried about what energetically mattered. And so this is again that even in the first part of the dream, it's showing you that in the space by which you're navigating your energetic fear, you stay energetically focused on what's energetically important to you. I know that there's a lot of like intimacy here, but the reason I keep on hearing like in the way that in the dream space, the intimacy that's arriving in this dream space is a bit of a red herring because the intimacy itself is talking more about you becoming comfortable with your intimacy, with the understanding of what it is that you're energetically prioritizing as you navigate it. You said afterwards, and this is further amplified, right? Because you suddenly like, I need to point this out. Like there's some boogeyman energy here, right? Like there's some boogeyman energy. There's the space by which someone says like, do this or else. And you're like, okay, I'm more worried about my mom. Like, you're like, like you're worried about your mom. And even the space by which, again, it wasn't creating fear in you, but the space by which you were feeling energetic competition, right? So even in the space by which you weren't feeling a lot of heaviness, but there was almost like, I like to point out, it's like something energetically heavy was happening, but there was a competitive space because it's almost like there's a carefree experience that you're having because it's not weighing you down or it's not energetically affecting you. And I like to point this out again, you have the same exact experience with someone going like, you're breaking the rules, like, like you're breaking the arbitrary rules, right? And in the space and in the space by which you said that, after the race, you said that you were told that even in the space by which you entertained being intimate with someone, that you had broken the rules because they were one of the jury members and that you had violated them. But again, it speaks more to the fact that like, how can you be held energetically unaccountable for a rule that you didn't even know existed, right? Like it's like, so it's also showing you, right? It's showing you the energetic distraction point by which, and I need to point this out, like by which you articulated, like the space by which you articulated or navigated something by which another person is trying to articulate an arbitrary rule to you and trying to impress and I like this, like trying to impress the energetic importance of it. And I think that it's interesting because, and I like to point this out, sometimes we can articulate and recognize what are guide dreams because guide dreams often put us in situations to show us how far we've come. And I need to stress that one of the things I think is really beautiful about this dream is the space by which you articulated that you said that about a year ago, you had more of a concern about going to bed in darkness. And now you've noticed that it's gone. And I like to point out that often, sometimes our dreams answer questions that we have. So I almost feel like and I think it's really interesting that you just kind of dropped, right? You dropped that that insight there. You felt like it was important to kind of bring towards me in the space of reading it. And I feel like it might have been something that you've been holding on to, right? That in a way, the dream is potentially an answer to that energetic question, right? Which is looking at something and saying, why am I not as afraid of that anymore? And I keep on seeing you're becoming energetically stronger in the self. And so you're recognizing and identifying what it is that you prioritize, right? I love the fact that you articulated that even as all of this stuff was happening, I just need to show you this. And I want you to, like, this is what the guides see. All of this stuff happening in the space of the dream. What were you worried about? There was only one person that was top of mind, someone you care about. You weren't worried. The reason that you weren't energetically worried about things is because like we become stronger when we prioritize what we care about, right? The strength that's found not in the space of constantly worrying about, I mean, like the space by which we worry about our own person, but the articulation or the identification of how strong we become when we're thinking about someone else, right? And I think that this is further like amplified in this message. And I need to stress this too, because the space by which you identified that like very and you articulate, and I think that there's something important here that we need to clarify. And this is the only thing I want to ask about in this dream that you didn't give me enough clarity upon. You identified that there was something about silver lined objects that were important, but you don't give any indication in the space of describing the dream what effectively a silver lined object was. Were they pervasive in the space of the dream? But I will say that the one thing we recognize with silver lined objects, obviously as it relates to a symbol, has to do with keeping energetic optimism upon things, right? Like it's the space by which we don't worry, right? We don't worry so much about the cloud so much as we recognize what's behind it. And the identification point, the reason we talk about a silver lined like cloud is the space by which we understand that when a cloud has a silver lining, there's light behind it, right? We see through the illusion of something and we can see the light that the cloud is preventing us to see. So I think it's really interesting because you identified the fact that you felt this strong, unpleasant sensation on your right side, but then you noted that your cat was laying on your that side. I would say that that potentially is indicative of the fact that you potentially. I mean, I would be very curious about something that may have happened to you in that area at some point, or what part of the body it is. Because what it's effectively saying to me is, I feel like what's interesting about it is I almost feel like the dream is helping you release some kind of trauma that you experienced that was being facilitated with the fact that your cat was laying there too, because cats sometimes lay on places that we need healing, right? But the observation of this whole dream potentially creating situations where in the past would have brought fear out. But that's the thing that's so important about this. You had all of these things that would have potentially in the past triggered fear, but you haven't given any, you indicated in the space of me giving me this dream. You're like, oh, it wasn't scary. It was weird, right? The dream was given to you by your guides to show you how far you have come because in a previous dream, in a previous, like I keep on saying like a year ago, it has the same thing to do with the darkness. A year ago, you would have potentially had a different experience having that dream because you wouldn't have arrived in the same space by which you were prioritizing the things you prioritize now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's you can usually tell a guide dream because guide dreams are often articulated with look how far you've come, right? The comparison from the past self to the present self. And even in the space of having like even in and I think that one of the things that's really interesting in this dream is potentially showing you the fact that you're healing an abandonment wound of others constantly telling you that you're messing up in some capacity, right? I feel like this is you healing the abandonment wound of look what you've done, right? Because healing the abandonment wound of look what you've done is doing something and not knowing that you're doing anything wrong, but another person trying to blame you for something that there was no way you could have known about. And I kept on saying, like, the fact that the intimacy in this is a red herring because the intimacy is pointing towards the look what you've done energy, which is potentially feeling like you're doing something wrong or you're constantly having to predicate doing something wrong that someone didn't have to tell you, right? Like I feel like there's something important about that in relationality to you even exiting the dream space and not feeling it was a nightmare, just finding it kind of interesting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pern. Thank you for sharing that dream. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you as well, Afterglow, for the follow. I was so curious about the race through the hallways, and I keep on seeing the fact that you weren't running away from someone, but racing them is the observation of again the same kind of message, right? You're not working into the context of being energetically afraid of something that you don't understand, but you're working to understand it further, right? In the context of recognizing and understanding. And I think that what's beautiful about it is um, the shape by which we care about things helps us frame what we're like, helps us see with clarity through our like like through our own insecurities or through our own fears. Yes, and Gloria, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Did you see it was the first card? Yeah, it's strong. You are afraid of the dark since childhood, but this is I feel like the contemplation of you recognizing that that's changing. I almost feel like this dream is giving you indications to help you understand deeper why that might be. I mean, the thing about it, I need to stress this, and this is what I meant in relationality to all of these aspects of the dream coming through in terms of like helping, like it almost feels like the regulation of things coming through in the dream space to see your own reactivity. But like the space by which they kind of channeled that figure is almost like I would not be surprised if there was potentially something about that when you were younger that you carried a lot of fear towards that archetype, or there was something about that recognition of what it is, like what it is that we're energetically afraid of, right? And so I keep on seeing that, like, even in the space by which you understand and navigate that you're no longer afraid of the dark, it's like I keep on seeing that the arrival to that point is not so much the fact that you're not afraid of it, but it's the fact that you feel like you can energetically face whatever you find there. Yeah. And Theo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. This makes a lot of sense. But and again, I feel like what's wild about it is like the dream itself is like almost a sign from the guides in terms of like it's like a shadow work dream, but showing you how far you've come in doing your own shadow work. I really appreciate that, Bridget. I really do, because we are a little short on time. So thank you for that. We are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And we're also at 34.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping those screens and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And before we start with Ava's reading, let's warm up with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10. Yes, Patty, I have you on the list. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The adder. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. What do we have here? All right. Ooh, I love this question. Guys, I pinned up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava some love. Got 2 cards for you out already. Energy of my soul family and shared purpose. Love it. All right. Okay. Thank you. So it's interesting too, because I know you're asking for a soul family dream, but it's getting very, very karmic. Um, and I feel like there's something. And the reason I have to get into and like this is why I like doing my work with clients, because sometimes we have to talk about what I've read in other readings. So you know how we've spoken about the fact that you have some kind of karmic experience in the past with someone that kept trying to energetically convince you that there was something profoundly wrong with you, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing a situation of you having gone through some kind of karmic experience where I keep on seeing someone say like, "Oh, it's glad I got here. I got here just in time," kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like there's some kind of energy that you've been working through some kind of karmic stuff with that constantly is trying to tell you in some kind of way, shape, or form that, oh, it's such a What would you poor thing, what would you, I keep on hearing, you poor thing, what would you ever have done if I did not find you? It's that type of energy. The poor thing kind of thing. Like you poor thing. Um, and I keep on hearing the reason you couldn't find that soul family is because you kept on choosing the energy that kept on saying what was so wrong with you. And I keep on hearing the way you're going to know your soul family is because they're going to tell you what's right with you. They're going to be the ones that are, and I feel like it's going to be hard. Like you're going to have a lot of feelings. You're going to have a lot of feelings coming up when you connect with that energy. I keep on hearing prepare to meet that energy, but prepare to get really, really angry because I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or situation. Like this has been and this is the thing that I keep on and this is why I keep on seeing be prepared for it because I almost got some kind of karmic. I keep on seeing the fact that some of them were in the karmic space too. Like they share some kind of karmic history with you as well. You know, there's like it's a mood. It's a mood. Um, but like the reason I keep on seeing that it's a mood, if you will. Um, the thing I keep on seeing that's frustrating about it is I feel like it's this space by which you are and I feel like this is where this healing is coming through, like the space by which you're embracing and understanding the difference between what others articulate is effectively wrong versus versus what is right within you is all I keep on seeing. And I keep on feeling like, the guides are almost articulating and amplifying that the space by which you've been working to integrate yourself or the space by which you've been working not to be not to be affected by others opinions and I can see why this feels like I would not be surprised right now if you feel like you're in some kind of hermit energy because I keep on hearing the work I currently see you doing is navigating the difference between someone that says um I'm disappointed in you versus another person saying how amazing you are because often I keep on stressing it's very interesting when someone says that they're disappointed in us to say the thing we have to ask is not navigating their disappointment but articulating or expounding upon what it is they were expecting, right? The space I keep on hearing the space by which we speak towards how much the space by which we speak towards. This is why when we're working in a healthy space, it's not about being worried about disappointing others. It's about disappointing people in the right way possible, right? Like the space by which it's not that we're trying to disappoint another, but I keep on seeing this is the work that I see that you're doing right now, which is to say that if you're going through a celebration moment and another person is articulating their disappointment, that's not saying, "Oh, no," but saying, "That's interesting, isn't it?" You know what I mean? That's interesting. It's like working through the interest that one identifies in the space of doing so, and I feel like that's what I keep on hearing. Um, a lot of the work that you're doing right now is building a bridge into those relationships, right? Because I keep on seeing the more that you become comfortable with yourself, the more that you're going to be able to welcome those relationships that are going to help you understand and recognize how right you are, right? And I feel like a lot of that space, it's not. I keep wondering, it's not that that feeling is ever going to fully go away. Like I feel like I see you carrying a lot of heavy karma in relationality to past lives with someone that kept on trying to amplify to you. Like, this is a shape of the wound I see in you. Somebody that kept on trying to amplify that you simply being yourself was in some way, shape, or form, some kind of inherent danger, is what I keep on seeing. Right. And I keep on hearing like, and I keep on seeing like the difference between someone that is the difference between someone that is worried about losing you by you coming to understand yourself versus someone that actually cares about you is the ability to pinpoint the danger, is what I keep on hearing. Because it's the difference between someone saying, I'm worried about this because this is like specific, right? Something that one can articulate upon specifically versus someone saying, I'm worried about you. And I keep on hearing, be wary of someone that goes, I'm worried about you, but never goes on beyond that. Because when someone says, I'm worried about you, what they're really saying is, I'm worried I'm going to lose you, right? I'm worried I'm going to lose you. Like if someone says to you, I'm worried about you, but they're not able to like finish, I keep wondering that's only one half of a sentence, right? Like that is the type of thing I see that you're healing, because I keep on hearing that the spirit family that you're moving towards is going to worry about you in the best ways possible, which is I keep on hearing the energy saying, are you eating enough? Are you sleeping enough? It's like the energy that says, I'm worried about you, but they're worried about you in the space of practical things. Like they're worried about you taking care of yourself. I keep on seeing they're not worried about you. Like they're not worried about you becoming more of yourself because they love that person. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Ace of Pentacles. They've been through it too. They know it. They're I feel like there's going to be like they're you know, I feel like there's like I feel like it's going through it's working through the space of other, I keep hearing it's, you know, I feel like there's something important in relationality to, I keep on hearing not worrying what others say, which is to say, and I keep on hearing this when we start to heal, when we stop worrying about what others say, because it's the space by which another person, like, and I like to point this out, like there, I keep on hearing it's the I keep on hearing it's the vortex of insecurity, the vortex of insecurity that is always worried about the ubiquitous they, right? They can never necessarily identify upon like what the source of the energetic worry is, but just building into the vortex of worrying about what others like what others could say upon things. But that's what I keep on seeing is so, like I keep on hearing when we heal from that, we don't worry about, like we don't worry so much about being misunderstood, right? Because I keep on seeing if we're misunderstood and we're happy to clarify it to another, then it's more of the understanding in relationality to, I keep on hearing when another person is operating from a place of insecurity, your knowledge of yourself will be terrifying because it forces them to do the work too. And I almost feel like that is the nature of karmic wound, which is not the fact that there was anything wrong with you, beyond the fact that another person was allowing to project a lot of their fears onto you instead of doing the introspective work in terms of where the fear was coming from. And I feel like this is the energy, like the energy that you're moving towards gets that profoundly because they've also had to overcome it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yeah, that life. I mean, but here's the thing. I feel like it's been taking like a long time to move through it. Sending you so much support on that journey. I think you actively are doing it, Bridget. No problem. Yeah, the best way to define soul age is basically forms of strength and fear. Beautifully stated, Stephen. Yeah, I've been told multiple times they're coming in with my counterpart. I mean, hold on a minute. Yep, get to the bar immediately. Thank you, Shauna. I'll definitely look into this. Following our soul paths means disappointing others, so we honor ourselves as we recover from people pleasing. Tap to claim, Julia. And I mean, listen, that doesn't mean that we're not conscientious about the space by which we don't, like, if we're doing something that is harmful to another, like, that is something that we energetically address, but we do so, I keep on hearing, like, we do so in a way of, like, us, like, giving each other the benefit of the doubt in that fashion. Thank you as well, Rachel, for the follow. Thank you for those heart knees, dear. And DCR, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I feel like they absolutely have similar wounds. I feel like it's interesting too because um I don't know why, it's weird. Like, I'm doing that reading and it feels like they were trying to reach you even in a karmic situation that you were in the past. Like, that's the wild thing about it. I keep on hearing, like, the wounds that you're going to be healing from is the fact that there was, like, some kind of aspect of them not being able to get through to you. I kept on hearing the meme, we've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Like, it's that type of energy, if that makes sense. Um, I might, it might be right at the, it might be right at the, like, yeah, we might not be, we'll see. I'm gonna, like, no longer than that, Ruby, if that makes sense. You're welcome, Ava. And not the extended warrant. I feel like that's the fact. I told you there's gonna be some wounds that you may need to feel like you need to heal from them in relationality, the fact that you weren't choosing yourself in other lives. Like, that's the thing that's wild about it. Like, that's, it's a very nuanced wound because I keep on saying they can't, it's not that, it feels a little bit like someone being hurt because you weren't choosing yourself. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, hold on a minute. Did I write? It starts with an L. My handwriting, friends. Leslie. I wrote Leslie. That's what I wrote. Leslie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? If you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Got you, dear. Oh, I see. Okay, we figured it out together. So Ruby, what I can do is, I mean, we can move it if you want to send extra, I can move it into a private, or if you can ask if there's someone else on the list who'd be willing to switch their space with you. Those are the things I can ask right now from the collective. So if there's anybody who'd be willing to switch spots with Ruby, just let me know so that she'll be able to have her reading. And if anybody doesn't have their reading today, you will have additional cards in your reading tomorrow. Julia, that's really, really lovely of you. So that's wonderful. Thank you, Julia. And you'll definitely have additional cards in your reading. Thank you guys for helping each other. All right, let's continue right now. Thank you, Julia. I really appreciate that. All right, let's continue. And before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. Let's count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Air dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let me just pin up Leslie here. Leslie, could you let me know we're doing relationship? I got you here. Let me just pin. All right. Can I get 3 cards, please? I think that there's something in relationship, we need energetic protectors, is something that I see that is coming up to a certain extent. And the thing I keep on getting, and what's why I need to point this out, like the thing about the energy of a protector is not necessarily needing to understand something in order to respect it, is what I keep on hearing. Like the observation that one does not necessarily need to understand something in order to protect it. Like that is the vibration that we effectively bring towards how we feel about things and also how we care about things, right? It's the observation of healthy respect. And so I feel like I see something in relationality to that um happening towards you in the realm of relationship. And the healthy respect that we effectively identify, like it's just a continuation of, and I need to say this, like the healthy respect can often make or break a relationship, right? Because I think that it's important. Like, I don't know if you've had experiences in the past where another person tried to mock. Like I literally get some kind of, you can I hear on here, you cannot get back into a relationship with someone who mocks something you believe in, right? Like when somebody mocks something that you believe in, right? This is often why it can be so energetically devastating, because it's the space by which you say, like, the only, like, what they're really articulating is the space by which another person says, I'm not going to take you seriously as long as you think that. And so I feel like there's something really important. Like, and this is what I keep on hearing, like, I don't want you to be quiet right now about how you feel about things. I don't want you to be hush. I want you to be louder about it. Like your tongue is blessed. Like you speaking upon something that you I keep on hearing, not just that you care about, but that you put a lot of time becoming an authority on. Is what I keep on hearing. like like the space by which you have like you build into an authority on something, and understanding that, like, the sound of others laughing at you is helpful because it shows you exactly which direction you should not walk towards, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing, it's funny until you're walking away, and then someone saying you're being too sensitive, failing to recognize that sensitivity is one of the most important qualities of a healthy relationship. We're supposed to be sensitive. When we're in healthy relationship, we're sensitive about the right things. We understand each other's sensitivities. We're careful with them. We don't say to someone, lighten up. It was just a joke. Because often I keep on hearing, lighten up. It was just a joke is usually as the sound of a bully seeing how much they can get away with, right? I keep on hearing, don't let new energy try to take, don't let new energy try to take the privilege of an old friend. Don't let new energy try to take the privilege of an old friend, which says when somebody knows us through and through, when someone has been there through everything, they can poke at us, right? They can poke at us because it is the energy that says, in the space by which they poke in us, nothing, everything I love about you I delight in, even in the space by which I like to get a rise out of you, because right, You know that I don't, it's like the space by which another person says, you know, I say it because it's funny and because you know I don't believe it, right? There's a humor to be found. I keep on hearing there's a humor to be found by someone who's an old friend, because the humor that another person articulates is almost them trying to embody someone as if, right? It's the as if, right? It's the energetic as if they would ever say that, right? It's a space by which someone says something that is funny, not because they would ever say it, but because it's so funny that it makes us laugh, because I keep on hearing that this is the indulgence of an old friend. An indulgence of an old friend can say something like that to us because we know each other so well that we know that they don't even believe that. Don't let new energy try to take the indulgence of an old friend, which is somebody saying something mortifying and saying, "Oh, you can't take a joke? I was just I was just kidding. I was just kidding around." No, that is not the difference. This is the difference. That is the difference. The indulgence of an old friend is someone that can say something that is so out of character for who they are that we know that they would never say that. New energy should never say that. That is energy testing waters. That is energy seeing how far they can get away with. Don't, and it's not that it's not the same. So I feel like there's something about that, because I don't know why I'm getting this here. It does feel like somebody, I keep wondering, it's feeling a little pushy in here. It's feeling a little pushy. It's feeling like a little, like somebody leaning a bit to see how sensitive you are about something. You don't have to, you don't, new energy does not ever deserve, you like, does not need to check to see if you're numb. New energy should be reverent. New energy should be reverent. And if you're feeling a little bit strange about somebody, like, let this reading serve as a clarification as to why. Yeah, right. Bullies don't say I'm hurting you. The song of a bully is, why are you so sensitive? Bullies never say, I'm intentionally trying to hurt you. The song of a bully is, why are you so sensitive? We're supposed to be sensitive. And so don't allow, I keep on hearing, allow the space by which you talk about something you care about. I keep on hearing, someone does not need to believe the same thing you believe in order to carry a healthy respect for it. Because a healthy respect, and this is what I meant about the energy of a protector, says, I don't understand it. I might even fear it a little, right? Even having, like, even the space in which one says, I don't understand it, a little bit afraid of it, but I respect it. The space by which we are energetically respective of that is the space by which we talk about we talk about something in the space by which we seek to understand more. We don't, I keep hearing, we don't meet each other and start interrogating each other upon why we believe things. So don't let someone come on towards you in the space where they're constantly interrogating you and then trying to say, when you get like twisted up, like, oh, I was just trying to have a conversation. No, a healthy conversation isn't an interrogation. That's weird energy. Thank you so much for having and then, like, again and again, because again, like, especially in the space, like, I just don't understand, like, it's saying to me with relationship, I keep on hearing the difference between a healthy conversation, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, the exploration of someone saying, can you give me more information? I seek to understand something further, versus, I keep on hearing, you can tell the difference between someone who's like, getting a rise out of trying to push you in a corner about something, you know? Thank you so much again, Cole, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, and again, and typically when someone's in that space, right, asking why, right? Like, asking why, because I keep on seeing somebody who's going through a lot of pain, someone who's like someone who's going through a lot of pain that just likes to see a rise in another person will just try to work on deflating another person just because they like to do it. So I keep on hearing you don't need to indulge someone else's desire to make someone feel uncomfortable. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Cool. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're also at 38.2K likes. When we get to 50K, will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And just bear with me a moment. All right. Okay, perfect. Oh, you looked right at your dragon tattoo too. No problem, Ruby. Yes, the list is closed today, dear Kath. But if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. Exactly. And it's me. Thank you for the follow. I was wondering if I can trust their word. Like, are they genuine? Well, I keep on saying I keep on hearing the way you can tell if you can trust their word is if they're trying to provoke you or if they're asking healthy questions. I hope that helps. Excellent. Thank you as well. Ms. Jen. All right, let's continue. Oh, okay. Let me confirm that, Kath. Yeah, I see you. I've got you on the list here. But again, Kath, if you would you like me to put you on the list for tomorrow? Like now, so I have you on? Just let me know. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today we're reading for Ruby. Ruby, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? All right, I'm going to add you now, Kath. All right, hold on a minute. All right. And Bridget, did you say you can also hold your list today? I would your spot today. I would appreciate that if that's possible. All right, just bear with me a moment. Just making some adjustments. Okay. Thank you, Bridget. I appreciate that. You'll both have extra cards in your reading. So tomorrow we've got Bridget first and Kath second. So if anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. All right. And I just need a moment before we continue. Bridget, I mean, Ruby, I see you already got your question up. So just bear with me a moment and we'll continue on those readings. We're also at 39K likes when we get to 50K. Cry, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. I'll be right back and we'll continue with our readings. All right, where were we? Let's see here. Okay. All right, just bear with me a moment. All right. Whoa. All right, I got you, Ruby. And hold on, before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I like the specificity of the air dragon, Ella. Well done. Okay. Hold on. I'm reading for Ruby now. And again, thank you, Julia, for being able to allow Ruby to move up on the list. All right. Connection between Sam and I. Energy feels so strong. We have similar interest. Haven't talked to him in forever. I'm confused on why his energy is coming through so strong. All right. I'm going to pin up Ruby here, guys. Make sure to give Ruby some love. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? Two more. Good Lord. I mean, I see somebody thinking about you a lot. You've been on their mind. You know? But here's the thing about it. Like, I gotta like identify, like I gotta stress something, you know. I would be very conscientious as to, you know, I just keep on seeing, like, I keep on seeing a situation where you and another person need to make sure that you're on the same page in relationality to manifestation goals, because like I see somebody thinking about you a lot, but I don't know if they want the same things as you, is what I keep on seeing here. You know? Like this is giving me, I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody like working through like whether they're good for you, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like I almost see some kind of situation um like that's the only thing I feel worried about, because I keep on hearing, I keep on seeing somebody thinking about you, but I also keep on hearing somebody say they're too good for me. And that's always very problematic. Like that's very problematic when I'm reading into an energy and I hear them saying something in relationality to being too good for another person. Because often when somebody's saying they're too good for another person, it's indicative of the fact that they understand what your manifestation goals are, and they're not necessarily in the space by which they feel ready to be able to work to achieve them in that way. um you know, I think that that's the thing that's so interesting about it. And I keep on hearing the, did you guys have a clarifying conversation about this? Did you guys have a conversation about manifestation goals? Because like I see somebody, like I just see somebody thinking about some kind of conversation that they had with you. And what's interesting about it is, like, it's interesting, it's I keep on getting the same mix of someone saying, "They're too good for me, and am I ready for this?" Which is almost them understanding that, um, Like they're not like it's like they're not in the place by which they're ready for it, but they could see like it's almost like they could like it's making them feel triggered to like something about connecting to you has triggered their mind because it's helping them build into understanding their own manifestation goal better, right? Which is almost like I keep on seeing them say, like, I keep on hearing them almost say, like, why don't I want something? Or like working through their own kind of like, I don't know if this is someone who's had issues in relationality to like building into um stable relationship. Like I'm getting here a little bit of energy that is a bit of like has had experiences in the past where they may be recognizing that often the energy that they choose to move towards is not in a healthy space. And that's the thing I keep on hearing. Like I almost see somebody like working through some kind of modality where they feel like you're the healthiest person they've ever met, but like looking at that health as something that is energetically preventing you from being able to build into an energetic connection with them is what I keep on seeing. Like this is what I mean. Like it's so funny because like I want to say like this is not like you're not coming in someone's mind like a bad penny. You're coming in someone's mind like a shiny penny is what I keep on seeing. Like it's not it's the I keep on hearing the opposite of a bad penny is somebody is a shiny penny, which is I almost feel like somebody who recognizes that they need to shape up in some way, shape, or form in order to like make like come towards you in some way. And that's why I keep on hearing a mix. I keep on hearing a mix. Everything I try to read into it, which is the combination force of a mix between someone saying, they're too good for me. Am I ready for this? Which is almost like somebody who's contemplating an energetic shift, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, you got two cards bottom of the deck on this. Yeah. Like I feel like somebody connecting to you is requiring them to do a little bit of soul searching, you know? Like you triggered somebody soul searching in terms of like seeing an unhealthy pattern, and I need to stress this. Like sometimes we meet someone and like this is what we mean in terms of like those moments that sometimes trigger a shift because it's a difference between someone we meet someone and saying like they're not right for me versus someone saying they're too good for me, which is the observation is like I keep on seeing them recognizing that like I almost feel like you're helping them, like there's something about them thinking about you a lot that I almost like I told you, like navigating a shift, being like potentially recognizing some kind of unhealthy pattern that they have in relationality to choosing unhealthy partnership. And I need to point this out. Sometimes I keep on hearing like that's a weird thing. I keep on seeing like it's almost like this space of them saying, like, especially if there's been distance with this energy, I keep on hearing someone going through like catching themselves in something that doesn't make any sense, which is saying like, why aren't I going towards them and saying there's nothing wrong with them? Right. And they keep on hearing them go, why am I going, why aren't I going towards them? There's nothing wrong with them. Everything's right with them. And being like, oh my gosh, right. But I keep on hearing them say, like, every time I see them, they're going, why aren't I moving towards them? And I keep on hearing them going, there's nothing wrong with them. And they're recognizing the import of what they're saying. The fact that they have some kind of tendency in terms of choosing someone where there seems like there's something inherently wrong, like potentially having to try to like heal, like they're recognizing they have a tendency of healing, like they have a tendency of healing by choosing relationships with someone that requires or needs them instead of desires them, right? Like I keep on hearing you've triggered somebody's shadow work. But I keep on hearing you've triggered someone's shadow work, but in the best way possible. because I keep on seeing that they're like they can't, like it's like they can't get you out of their head, but they're also recognizing like what's stopping them from coming towards you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow and you will be the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the. I'm going to. And I hear somebody being like, "What have they done to me?" Like I literally see someone being like I just keep on like, and it's funny too because it's not. I keep on hearing it's not a bad penny, it's a shiny penny, is all I keep on hearing. You know, like you like this is the sound of you kind of like raising the bar in someone's head. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Ruby. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed. You can get on tomorrow. You'll be the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments to see. Hold on. We're also at 42K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you for sharing the live, Nutty. I don't think we've talked about being together. We've never been in a place where we could. Thank you. I think we've both been hurt and taken advantage of pretty often. So this is why I feel like this is someone thinking about approaching you in that way. Yeah, it makes you feel bad before ever stepping out of that role. It influences you to have a hold of a standard. And Theo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. He's one of the very few people I've ever felt connected to, but it never felt mutual until now. Thank you for confirming, dear. Yeah, the need to step up. Exactly. Yeah, they're doing shadow work. Yes. No, I feel like I feel like there's something about recognizing the work that they're doing and thinking about you, which is making them feel like they're pickers off. Yep. Oh, wow. Thank you for also connecting to this message, Kath. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today, and I am going to ask if there's anyone who'd be willing to be moved to tomorrow. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Excellent. And then Theo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Okay. All right. Ooh, we're doing a dream reading for Nikki. Bear with me one moment. Let me just pull it up. All right. Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea? How are you doing today, Kelly? All right. Outside tea. Perfect. All right. And it's just fragments, but we can work with that. Before we get started, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it was the fire dragon, which looking over this reading feels very apropos. Okay. And I'm gonna pin up, hold on, I'm gonna pin up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki some love. All right. I had a half awake, half asleep dream fragment. I was in a dune desert area with uneven sand mounds everywhere. In one of the mounds, there was some kind of being, blurry in my memory, maybe a human, maybe a dragon like creature, caught halfway in one of the mounds in the sand, sinking as it tried to free itself. Almost like it was stuck in quicksand. I wasn't down there with it. I was observing from above, almost like a drone. Some time passed as I watched the uneven desert, the trapped being, and its struggle. I remember feeling bad for it. I don't know, it felt sort of biblical. Then suddenly, I realized I could somehow pull all the sand from the mounds. It was almost like flattening a rug. The wrinkles smoothed out almost instantly, and the whole landscape became flat and dropped to a lower elevation. The being was freed as the sand disappeared. I don't know where it went. Everything was flat now. I thought, nice, and felt proud and positive about my efforts. Like, okay, my work is done here. And then I woke up fully. Okay, can I get 4 cards? It's a guide dream, and it's a dream that's showing you how far you've come in relationality to working through problems. Um, I need to stress that you identified that there was a dragon-like creature that was caught halfway in the mounds of the sand, and you said it was sinking as it tried to free itself, almost like it was stuck in quicksand. And this is often, and it's interesting that you bring through the aspect, like the idea of quicksand, because what do we see with situations that are like quicksand, right? The more you try to move in them, the worse it gets, right? Like the more you try to struggle through, the harder it is. Now, this is often quicksand is often identifiable in unwinnable situations, like potentially. And I want to describe this, and this is what, and I like to point this out. This is why that you were having it be an awakening of the dragon dream. It was a guide that was showing you that when someone is trying to awaken your dragon, it's an energetically impossible situation, which basically means when someone's trying to get you pissed, right? Right? When someone's trying to get you pissed, they're gonna say things to you that are completely unacceptable, right? They get your emotions up. So you have the reasonable response to something that is completely unacceptable. And then what do they say? Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's as bad as I thought, right? It's the energy. It's showing you. It's literally showing you the decisive action that another person will take to try to validate their own feelings about you being unreasonable or irrational by saying or doing something that is so disparate, like so unacceptable, that the only reasonable response is to get upset. But then when you get upset, they say tisk tisk tisk. It's as bad as I thought, right? So the space by which you identified, right, in the moment, what happened is the moment that you recognize that, and this is why you said you were observing them from above, like you were a drone, is you coming into the space of making a healthy relationship with your ego, which is understanding the difference between the ego that wants to protect us, right? At like in those moments versus the ego that sometimes does not work to serve us in the act of protecting us. And you said you watched for a while as you watched the uneven desert and the trapped being and the struggle. And then you said you felt bad for it because who wouldn't, right? It's an impossible situation, right? This is the impossible situation we get into in the space by which another person is making us upset, and our reasonable response is to be upset. And then they go, it's as bad as I thought. Look at them. Yeah, they're so unhinged, right? Oh my God, they must be in danger, right? It's the frustration that feeds itself, by just working into the context of trying something, the situation just trying to get you upset. And then you said that you could just somehow pull the sand from the mounds, right? Almost like you were flattening a rug. And immediately, what happened? The wrinkles smoothed out. The whole landscape became flat and dropped to a lower elevation. The being was freed and the sand disappeared. Which is this is the effective guide showing you that say when we control our emotions, right? When we understand that even our anger is a gift, we're more conscientious as to where we apply it or where we give it, right? And so this is the difference between you allowing yourself to get upset, right? Trying to feel protective, trying to rise to the challenge of protecting others versus learning like the warrior lessons, picking your battles, walking away, right? Understanding that sometimes like when someone puts you in an impossible situation, the most important thing to do is to recognize that that's occurring and simply move away from it. Choosing not to engage is effectively the amplification of you lowering the sand, which is the space by which it says, I'm not going to try to struggle through this. I'm just not going to engage with it. You said everything was flat then, and you said nice. And then you felt proud and positive about your efforts, like, okay, my work is done here. And then you woke up fully. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that, especially with the Seven of Swords in its upright, is potentially walking you through or showing you. Like, and I like this too, because what they're really identifying is that creature in the sand was the past version of you, right? Like the fact that you said you were watching this being and you felt sorry for them. Like this is potentially the observation of the past version of self that would have effectively struggled through those things, like would have stuck through like or going through like the unwinnable battle, as it were, rather than coming into the space of being able to just be like effectively balanced or working through something here. So a lot of this dream is kind of showing you, I like it because it's a dream that's showing you like the past version of self versus the present version. Like that's how the past version of self would have handled something. This is how the present version addresses things. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And Nikki, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 46.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yep, exactly. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Welcome. All dragons. Yeah, I know, right? I gave up on dragons a month ago. Our intuition's off today. A sand fire dragon, exactly. It happened to see. Oh, that's weird, Wushu. Really? That's wild. Yep. I was like, that was sick. Yeah, my job here is complete. I felt like Yeshua. I love that. Just I think it has to do with the combo with my family from yesterday. I kept my cool, but I made a lot of very logical statements and responses to their crazy. Yep, exactly. So yeah, let that serve as confirmation. Yeah, they're waiting for you to unleash your dragon. Like I could have gone scorched earth, but I was like, wait, these are the facts. Beautifully done. They're still probably thought I was unhinged, but I was just speaking facts. Unhinged because I didn't agree. I was like, that is such a ridiculous thing to say. Here's why. No, and I feel like this is like again, this is I like to say a good guide dream shows us things. It shows us stuff so that we can see how they see something from our perspective. Like, so I feel like this was you kind of having the vantage point of the guides in the space of the dream. I know, yeah, that's a good point. How is that a dream fragment? It seems like a full dream. Yeah, that's beautiful, Nikki. Like, I don't care if you don't agree with what I have to say. I'll articulate it clearly and I won't get frazzled. Exactly. I won't be muzzled. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully pointed out. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Tempest. Tempest, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 48.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, dear. All right. Second call right now for Tempest. And while we're waiting for Tempest, thank you for the follow, Finding. All right, if Tempest is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Patty. Patty, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if, oh, never mind, pause, Patty. Yep. All right, we've got Tempest, but before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the fire dragon again. Lots of that energy today. Okay, let's continue. I know, I almost said that. All right, let me pin up here, Tempest. Guys, make sure to give Tempest some love. Highest priority messages, please. And one more. Oh, absolutely not. What is this nonsense? Um, I feel like when someone's trying to trigger you, remember who you are, is what I keep on seeing. Like this is giving me the type of energy um like and I keep on hearing like the space, like I feel like it's almost like you having a conversation with someone. Like I need to stress this. There is something profoundly childish in the sense of saying that you want to make, like, you want to keep someone safe from something, is what I keep on hearing. Like the protectiveness, like it almost feels like this is you like letting go or releasing from some kind of like infantilization energy. And I need to stress, infantilization energy is the world by which another person feels that they need to feels the need to energetically be protective of someone, right? Beyond their own ability of being able to do something. Our love, the articulation of love is the space by which we honor another's choices. It's not the space. And you ever notice about this? Like energy that's like energy that's like so weird in the space by which they say like, oh, I'm trying to protect you from something, and being like, you're trying to protect me from yourself. right? Like it's the space by which another person, like I keep on hearing possessiveness is not romantic. It's not cute. It's energetically disturbing, is what I keep on getting. Because it's the space by which we navigate and recognize that something that is energetically supportive allows the context of being able to be one's full embodiment of who one is with not feeling like you need to protect against another person's lack of inhibitions, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that I feel like it's really wild because I almost feel like I see some kind of energy around you. Like the thing you need to ask yourself, and I keep on hearing this is why it's not harmless. Like this is why it's not harmless. This is why we have to be very corrective to someone when we start to see inclinations of someone like getting in their headspace in terms of feeling in terms of feeling energetically protective of us. I keep on hearing the only way we're energetically protective of each other is if we agree, like, is if we both, like, if, as if we're in the space by which you and another person agree to do so, right? Because I feel like I'm not sure why, I feel like it's saying to me, like, it says to me, like, be very wary of someone who is constantly in the space of making like talking about the fantasy of what's happening between you and them, is what I keep on seeing. This is I keep on hearing we put a kibosh on each other's fantasies in that way, because I keep on seeing like the space by which another person like tries to like, and this is why we like when we see an imagination in someone, we step backwards instead of forward, because an overactive imagination will see nothing and put something there, right? It's the space. I keep on hearing an overactive imagination would rather believe like the world that's in their head as opposed to what we're saying to them. So I keep on hearing, don't let somebody, if somebody shows you this tendency of going of like if someone shows you that tendency of choosing their fantasy instead of the things you're saying, don't give them another chance. Don't let them close to you again, because everything I keep on seeing in the space by which somebody chose a fantasy of what was in their head versus what you are actually saying to them, the space by which you bring them back in is all I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing it validates the fantasy, is what I keep on getting. It validates the fantasy. It's like the space by which it says, oh, look, it was all worth it because, um, because it led to that. I keep on hearing, don't this is why you don't need to validate another person's like delusion by allowing them. And I feel like it's hard because I keep wondering sometimes it's heavy to make those choices. But I almost see you saying to another person, like, and I keep on hearing like the space by which you see, I keep on hearing when you see somebody like, and this is what I keep on hearing, the space by which you can identify someone as being delusional is the space by which you're telling them clearly what is going on, but instead they're choosing the fantasy of what they think is going on versus the reality of what it is that they're telling you. So I keep on hearing, make sure you're not reinforcing another person's delusion by arguing about something that has never happened, is what I keep on seeing. Make sure you're not getting a conversation with someone defending yourself upon something that is imaginary, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the star card in its reversal, right? This is why, like, look, this is why not everything needs a conversation. And I keep on hearing, refer back to what I said is a very strong is a very strong reaffirmation in making sure that someone isn't trying to get under your skin to get in an argument with you just because they crave the energetic attention is what I keep on hearing. So there's something really important about that because I almost feel like it feels to me like almost somebody, this is why somebody who misses you will pick an argument because they don't get they energy that craves your attention isn't going to get picky on the form that they get it with. They're just going to look for some kind of way to get under your skin. They're going to look for some kind of thing to bother you instead of doing the work to make sure that you're in a healthy space. So make sure that you're being clear with yourself in that way, but also I keep on hearing your standards are a door by which another person approaches you. If someone is not matching or meeting your standards, you don't need to get in a constant argument about them. I keep on hearing this is why we don't argue. This is why we don't hold arguments in places where we feel our standards aren't upheld. Because I keep on hearing when someone's holding our standards, but when they don't hold them strongly, it feels like posturing, right? So I feel like I keep on hearing this is why you don't need to effectively articulate why someone isn't holding your standards. You can just observe whether they are and allow that to fortify why you're making the choices that you're making. Thank you so much because I keep on hearing healthy energy will just honor your standards. It will not require a conversation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Corey? Yep. Hi there from Liverpool. Grand Rising. And we got to 50K. Thank you guys. This is about my mother. Oh, sending you support, Jade. My ex used to do that all the time when we were in separation. Yeah, start an argument to get some sort of fix. It resonates a lot. I keep on hearing your energy. I keep on hearing your energy is precious, even your rage. Your energy is precious, even your rage. I hope that helps, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. And I keep on hearing your rage is a precious gift for someone who understands why you're upset. Welcome, Chef. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Patty. Patty, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, thank you. And before we do so, let's do our 50K. So Patty, just hold on your question for a moment. Whoever gets this will be on the list for tomorrow. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 54. 1 and 54. First person I see that posts a number, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Bridget, you got it. Bridget, you're on a roll today. Bridget, you got the highest gifter and you got the 50K. Go buy a lottery ticket. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today. Oh, you can absolutely gift it to V. Oh, what a beautiful gift. All right, V, you got that reading coming from Bridget. And you just let me know if you want to be on the list for tomorrow. That's available to you tomorrow. Thank you so much. And we're going to continue. Excellent. Oh, that makes me even happier. I love when we gift readings to each other. Hold on a minute. Oh my God, thank you for that affirmation. I've always been shamed for my rage, even though it's listen, no, here's the thing though. Like energy, like don't waste your rage on energy that does not appreciate it. Everything is sacred, even like especially like and this is the thing, energy that cares about you is going to say you have a right to feel that way, right? They're going to hold space even for your rage. I remember you tried to do that. Is it still not letting you do that? Oh, wushu, it's completely okay. Whenever you feel comfortable to have that reading, it's available to you. All right, we're doing a general for Patty, but before we continue, let's do an animal spirit guide check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The salmon. All right, let's continue right now. Well, we'll have to let V know as soon as they're back. And I'm going to pin up Patty here. Guys, make sure to give Patty some love. 4 cards, please. Highest priority. This one wants to come out. I'm getting like a strong message from your guides right now just to trust the process. I know that's not easy. You know? And I keep on hearing, if it's getting weirder, trust it more, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, that's the funny part about it is if it's getting weirder, trust it more, which is the funny part about the reading. Because like, it's like I see you trying to do something. Like I see you like I keep on hearing like the you choosing yourself is going to put you in the rooms that are choosing you too. Is what I keep on hearing. You choosing yourself, if all you're doing is choosing yourself and changing the rooms that you're in, then it's saying to me that you have to understand that is like choosing yourself is going to put you in the rooms that choose you too. And I know how frustrating it is. Like I know how difficult it is. I know how, and again, sometimes it can feel awful when we simply don't do anything but choose ourselves and everything around us starts falling like falling apart at the seams to a certain extent. But I keep on hearing sometimes like if we're choosing ourselves and everything starts falling apart at the seams, sometimes that's healthy demolition, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Sometimes that's healthy demolition, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like you've been getting some kind of guides. Like you got a guide around you, you know? Like there's something about this here. I can see like, and I need to stress, if you don't want to do it, then that's usually even more sign that it's coming from the right place. Right? Like if you're like if it's a space by which you're doing that work, or the space by which you're working through something, but you're also articulating upon the fact that there's something you're doing that like has a lot of meaning. Like I've got a guide that's like next to you, that's like basically like like every step of the way, you know like I keep on getting like thick and thin to like the highest degree, because I feel like they're saying that you're not just making those choices for yourself, you're making the ones that you think they would make too, is what I keep on getting. you know like I'm almost seeing a situation where you're saying to someone like, I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this for them. Like I'm doing this because like Like I got to look at somebody someday and explain myself kind of energy. Like that's a type of energy that I'm effectively seeing. Um, I think that, I feel like I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really important that's occurring right now. And I feel like there's something I just need to walk through because this is a very nuanced reading. There is a time for everything. And the reason, and it's feeling like a very Libra like it's feeling like a very Libra reading, because like a Libra reading is often talking about the fact that there's a time for everything. That going through the journey of situations isn't about bringing the same thing every single moment or every single modality. It's understanding what the situation requires us to bring out within ourselves. And I feel like what's hard about it is I almost feel like you're going through a situation that something that you used to articulate upon no longer serves the present moment. But again, I feel like the reason the guides are giving this to you is because they're saying to channel the Libra energy, which is to say that the work that we do is not about what stays the same. It's about understanding what we need to arrive at given the present circumstances. So I feel like there's something important about that as it relates to, I keep on feeling like, um, and I keep on seeing it's the difference between, and I don't know why this is coming through, but I keep on, I'm getting this from like someone on the other side. The difference between what we say versus what we're known for, which is the identification point of our integrity. And I keep on hearing integrity is sometimes letting go of the past version of self in order to effectively welcome the arrival into a present situation. And so I feel like I don't know why this is like, I almost feel like it's because I've got like a lot of work that's happening right now, like in the space of your mouth, or being able to articulate to another but not be misunderstood in relationality to what you're effectively saying or what has changed in relationality to a circumstance or situation. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with this especially with this like two of pentacles energy around something, you know? Like I feel like there's often these modalities by which like it sometimes says to me that, and I feel like, again, I don't know why this is why it's like coming through with like Libra, like this is when Libra energy like stands strong, is because um I keep on hearing you can understand the sides of something but still be able to identify wrong, is what I keep on hearing. You can understand the sides of something, but still be able to understand wrong, which is the space by which I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels to me like a conversation you're having with someone, by which another person is trying to articulate the reasons that that they're doing something. And I keep on hearing like this is why it's coming through, and this is why it feels like a Libra reading, because I keep on hearing the moment we say I was called to do something out of my standards because someone did it to me, we are long gone. We've literally just stayed at a space by which we have no standards, because that is a race to the bottom, right? When our validation for doing something awful is because another person has done something awful to us, we are literally singing the song of that has gone over the deep end in relationality to having any standards. When something happens, we should not we should not be reactive. We should remember who we are, right? The observation of honoring the self is not one that is recursive. to being able to amend something that happened to us, right? This is how we rise forward. And so I almost feel like I see you potentially having to navigate some kind of situation where like another person is trying to articulate upon the fact that there was wrong done to them. But I keep on hearing like wrong done to a person should not validate more wrong, right? It's not that, because like all you do is bring more wrong into the world. Like that's how the world becomes awful. Is the world becomes awful with the song of they started it. You know what I mean? Like they start, so the world becomes better in the space by which we say that's what they gave me and this is what I made with it, right? The space by which we understand that we can do something in a better way. So I keep on hearing, and it's funny too because I've got somebody, um like I feel like it's funny because I see somebody in spirit that is almost saying like when you feel uncertain, just have the conversation that you used to have with them about things, because I almost feel like there's something about that. I'm not sure why they keep on bringing this up, but I keep on hearing like something about telling another person about a conversation that you had in like with someone who's in spirit that changed everything. Is like I keep on seeing that there's something about, I keep on hearing it's the understanding that I keep on hearing that I just keep on hearing somebody talking about virtuous behavior, which is virtuous behavior is a space by which we say, I don't care what you do, I do it anyway. I don't do it because of something. I do it despite of. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Patty. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person, the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And whoever they are, like whoever, like they just keep, yeah, somebody's got your back on this. There was a lot of validation on that. Thank you. Hold on a minute. And just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. That makes sense. Thank you for confirmation. I'm going through a very unexpected breakup. Ugh. I'm really open-minded, but a salmon is not similar to a dragon. Nikki tries, man. Patty, want my ex to explain, okay, why he chickened out of the relationship. Oh my gosh, Patty, sending you so much support on that. And Ghost, thank you for the follow. You have to choose yourself now. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, it's interesting too because I keep on seeing there's somebody in spirit that was saying, "I'm with you every step of the way." You know? Yeah, the swan star. Definitely. Thank you for confirmation on that. You choosing yourself puts you in a position where everyone chooses you. I have a Libra moon. Thank you for confirming. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like the problem with the Libra moon is working through the space of being able to understand, right? Like it's like you can understand another person's choices, but again, it's also like how could you? And that's what I keep on seeing, which is not. It's like I keep on seeing. It's not. You don't have to validate something if you would never do it to another person. You can understand, like you can understand the full context of why someone makes a choice. But if you would never make that choice, then you don't have to be okay with that choice. Like that's the hard part with a Libra moon. Exactly. Beautifully said, Nikki. That makes sense. You're so welcome. And thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, let's continue right now. Next person we're reading for today is Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Bianca, let's do an intuition check. And thank you for recharging your heart. And you guys, please remember to recharge your heart means if you want those animal spirit guide, if you want an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. Nirvan, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for letting me know where we can find your reading, Minnie. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wolf. All right, let's continue. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, and we've got the general in the disco, just confirming if it's inside T or outside T. Ooh. Is it inside T or outside T? Outside, perfect. I've been talking to this person for only about a weekish, and we've hung out 3 times already. I've not been able to create a balanced relationship before, and neither has he. We've both been overgivers, and more recently, I was fearful avoidant. I'm also concerned since we both have struggled to articulate needs before. What is the potential for this relationship to grow into a healthy long-term partnership? What do my spirit guides want me to understand about myself through this relationship? 4 cards, please. Oh, that's a lot of cards. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Okay. Put some extra cards coming up. Oh, man. I'm going to walk you through the understanding that a lot is learned in life when we energetically meet our match, right? Because when we meet our match and we're not in a healthy space, then it can feel absolutely awful, right? It's those modalities. Like it's like you can learn a lot by when someone says, I've met my match. If they don't say that with a sense of joy, what are you doing? Like what are you going, like what is wrong? Like it's distressing when someone says, I've met my match, but they don't say it in a positive way. Because it's like, what have you been doing that you're so worried about? What have you been doing that doesn't sound like a modality of happiness? And I feel like there's something important here because I keep on seeing you've met someone who's very similar, who's very energetically similar to you. And I feel like the thing about it is um, you know, the space by which we meet someone that addresses things in the same way we do, like the space by which it doesn't feel like we're not competing, right? It doesn't feel like we're energetically fighting, but rather the space by which we understand how easy it can be with someone that desires things as simply as we do. I keep on hearing like prepare for something good, but also prepare to get really triggered is what I keep on seeing. Like prepare for a lot of triggers to come up because I feel like I see a situation where both you and another person have been working really, really hard, like working really hard on unhealthy relationships, right? And I keep on hearing like the tragedy of being in an unhealthy relationship is the modality by which you say, nothing I could ever do felt like it was good enough. Nothing I could ever do felt like it was enough. And so what happens when nothing I ever do was good enough meets nothing I could ever do was good enough, it feels like a lot of like an outpouring of affection. It feels like a lot of lavish energy. Um, but I also feel like there's also the space by which there are potentially a lot of feelings that may come up in this modality or in these experiences. Because something I'm seeing here, something I'm recognizing, the one thing I will say is and I want you to like this is also coming through right now, which with a bit of conscientiousness as it relates to experiences or relationships of the past. Remember how much time you gave someone to heal something. Don't let someone to come towards you and confound what it is that you're creating with another person right now, because everything I keep on seeing about you and another energy are like I keep on hearing like it's beautiful and it's blissful simply because you guys are matching energy, right? You're feeling the weight of what it feels like with another who is working on building energetic consistency. But I keep on hearing be ready for a lot of rough feelings to come up as it relates to past anxieties, as it relates to past wounds. Because like this is what I keep on hearing like this is often like we don't realize how much trauma we've been holding on to until we find someone that appreciates us for who we truly are, because all of a sudden it's requiring that space by which you have to look back on the past and see things through a different perspective. And so everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that work right now, I'm identifying a profound amount of emotionality here. But I think like what's beautiful about it is I'm not just seeing someone that you can be peaceful with. I'm seeing someone here that you can be unpeaceful with, which is the space by which you can articulate upon the hurts of the past and not allow the context of another person taking it personally. So I keep on hearing, don't let, like the major message I'm getting right now is don't let the past intercede as it relates to the expectations of the present, right? Don't let a lot of those anxieties or fears move you away from something that feels like it's energetically good. Because I keep on seeing that you and another person had to like pull yourself away from some kind of unhealthy situation or circumstance, right? Like I keep on hearing this is the difference between like the difference between like another person, like I see you another person healing from energetic negligence is what I really see. And the problem with healing from energetic negligence is moving away from something and another person trying to tell you that you're making problems where problems don't exist, even in the space by which you're walking away from it. So just be mindful of that, because I see even now that the space by which you're moving towards each other is helping you understand like what was missing in those other connections. And I wouldn't even be surprised. Like I wouldn't even be surprised if energy from the past tries to come towards you in the moment that you're connecting with someone like this. because often energy that's negligent will try to build into the context of saying like you'll be back, right? Like it's the energy that says, oh, you'll be back once you learn, like once you like you'll be back once you like learn your energetic lesson or something like that, like the observation of another person feeling like you're like you're asking for too much for something reciprocal. So I keep on hearing, don't don't let the past get in the way of the healthy energetic future, right? I keep on hearing, remember, an apology is different in the context of another person knowing that you're in separation waiting for it versus another person seeing you actively moving towards what feels like it's energetically balanced to you. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially like this is wild. They've got both, I've got like both of the moon cards out here, right? Which is wild because this indicates the fact that one of the moon cards that was supposed to be in this deck got over here. How did that happen? This sometimes happens with my cards. My cards get like my cards will sometimes even in the reading get a little clumsy. So again, it's saying to me like this is you like meeting an energetic counterpart, but in the space, right? Like but in the space by which it's saying to me, like I would be very curious as to it's hard about it is like often energy like this only comes into contact when not only are you choosing yourself, but it's also like I keep on hearing like the pain of another person yelling at you that you're making the wrong mistake in the context of doing so, right? I keep on hearing like the dual force of two energies healing from negligence is the energy that articulates that says you're going in the wrong direction. You're asking for too much. You're being unreasonable. And I keep on hearing it's not unreasonable when we meet someone that matches our energetic standard. So I keep on hearing, remember, I keep on hearing an apology. An apology is shaped differently in the context of finding what we're looking for is what's actually coming through on this reading. They're not even cutting in. They're not even like your guides. Like I've never heard them come through. That was not even me. That was like a very clear message. An apology feels very different in the context of finding what we're looking for, which is the space that is the difference that this the change in someone in trying to articulate that we're nuts versus someone seeing us finding what is that's like that's what's for us. So I keep on hearing observe, don't absorb. If you notice, I keep wondering if you notice a sudden I keep wondering if you notice a sudden someone coming towards you in the context and suddenly like being on their hands and knees or trying to tell you that they've had some kind of like profound understanding of themselves. I just keep on hearing your guide saying very strongly, an apology changes shape in the space of us finding what we're looking for, which says, remember, that is not someone who just had an awakening. That's someone seeing something changing that is articulating upon what they weren't giving us versus what you're finding. So let that reaffirm, especially if there's something from the past that starts coming up. Like I keep on hearing, it's not divine timing. It's curious timing. Thank you so much for having that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bianca. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Next person we are reading for today is, we've got Julia. Julia, if you're here, I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And you have to go back where you're supposed to be. Very clever. Thank you. Okay, there. That's where you're supposed to be. Thank you. All right. How are you doing today, Julia? All right. Yes, we were both neglected in past relationships. Yeah, that's what I keep on hearing. Yep. Yeah, it's like when two energies used to doing all the work, build a fortification, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, two energies doing all the work, start to build a fortified relationship. All right. And Vision, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Donna, thank you for the follow. Oh, you're both. Oh, really? Wow. Yep, that we are both Aries moons. That's where it would, that's why I said when two energies both willing to do the work, build a fortified relationship. So I keep on hearing anything happening around, like I want you to write that down, Minnie. Anything that you see changing outside of a relationship right now, I want you to observe and say, this is the result. Like what you're seeing is, I keep on hearing, not some kind of massive change. This is the result of two energies willing to do the work, building a fortified relationship. And thank you for the follow, Donna. Excellent. Yep. When you have similar pasts and similar triggers, and that's the thing, don't let those triggers affect you. Queen, thank you for the follow, for sure. I've been single for about 2-ish years, then for about 3, so very much in alignment. Didn't I say we're all meeting? Okay, you did say that, Ava. Yeah, it feels like we've known each other longer than just a week. I can see that. Oh, sending you support too as well. Yeah, we both want to build. It's like I'm triggered. Wait, I'm triggered. Now we're both triggered. Exactly. Nothing more romantic than to be triggered together. As long as you articulate it on Mercy. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well. RB, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's really kind of you, Roland. Thank you. It's a lot of unpacking. Yeah, we were both neglected in past relationships. As long as they won't run away while you're both unpacking, exactly. Retroactively frustrating because you're like, wait a minute, that was messed up. Yep. You see how well you should have been treated. Exactly. Don't like that's why I kept hearing, don't let it change the context of how you're experiencing someone. Yep. Oh, definitely in your case, Ava, from everything I've read for you karmically. Yeah, they do. No, they have this. That's crazy that the two moons came up. Yes, go with the flow. Love it. Rachel, how are you doing? The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on tomorrow, you can send a donation and you can be added to the list. Thank you for the follow. We will be doing one card after this reading. So if you are a subscriber, just stick around and we'll do the one cards. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button and your super fan status will make you eligible for a card. I'm doing so well. Guys, make sure to give Mercy some love. So good to see you today, dear. I know, did you see the two moons coming up is wild? I mean, but again, I'm reading, like, this is what we're seeing right now. Excellent. All right. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you're doing well, dear. And thank you for the follow, OC. All right, we're going to continue right now. I am looking for Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow. Oh, she posted? Did I miss it? Well, thank you. I appreciate that, dear. Why didn't I see it? Elizabeth's saying the list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you can send the donation. Oh, I see you, Julia. All right. Got it. Okay, so we're going to do, so Julia, it sounds like you want a reading. We're going to do 2 readings on a move and then 2 on the friend. Okay. And you're getting an additional card too, because thank you for your patience in allowing Ruby to have that spot. Yep, I got it. Before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The boar. I think it's interesting how many of you put bear instead of boar. Bog. Nice. All right. Let's get to it. You got it, Bridget. Well done. Bridget got it. Beautiful. Okay. And guys, I'm pinning up Julia here. Make sure to give Julia some love. All right. Can I get 5 cards, please? 2 on the move, 2 on that energy, and advice going forward. Hmm. It's time. Yeah, like this is giving like I feel like you've got like I feel like I see you having gotten like like I feel like you've gotten like the ick on a certain location you're in, you know? Like I feel like like you manifested too close to the sun. You now have an ick on where you where you used to be. You were like you're like I gotta, like the guys are like, one way or another, But here's the thing about it, like I feel like you gave something a fair shake. You're no longer you went did you go through a Saturn return recently? Because it feels to me like this is the place you're in was for your younger self. It's not for you. It's for kids, you know? I keep on getting like I'm getting some kind of silly rabbit energy on it, you know? Um, it's like I feel like it's what happened? You completed a karmic cycle. If it's not a Saturn return, you complete like it's saying like that's the thing about like I don't know if you did you go somewhere for somebody? Is that what's going on here? Like, I keep on like, you unsubscribe to someone's newsletter? Like, it's like I keep on hearing I don't know why I'm getting all of these, like, catchphrases, you know? Like, it's giving me, like, a lot of this, like, unsubscribe energy, like, and it feels like I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's like, you're just not interested, you know? It feels silly. It feels like you're leaving some kind of silliness. I keep on it's almost like, you know what I mean? This is the thing about it, like, and this is sometimes like, man, can I tell you, when someone's being mysterious and we're trying to get to the bottom of it, but then we realize that there's no bottom to being mysterious. It's just like it's like sometimes sometimes like when like I like to point this out. Like when we're in a healthy space and we get to know each other, it's like the delight of being able to find more of something within someone. Right? It's a space of being like, oh gosh, this is great. There's just more of that. Like it's like it goes deeper. Um, and then there's those modalities when like we think somebody's being mysterious and then we realize like it's like the space by which we feel like they're not being I keep on hearing like you're healing from somebody you thought was mysterious who you've now decided is just careless is what I keep on hearing. Right? The difference between something that feels like it's energetically mysterious versus just careless, which is the space by which I keep on seeing, there's not as much like the integrated path work is such that we find meaning within it. And so I feel like this is what I feel in terms of like I almost see you kind of moving towards something potentially around or related to some kind of opportunity. Yeah. And like and that's the thing about it that I'm seeing too. And it's interesting because like this talks to me about the energy that you're talking towards because I feel like there's something about and I like to point this out. I keep on hearing healthy energy does not get our hopes up, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I keep on getting like healthy energy. Um, I keep on hearing healthy energy builds bridges, not castles in the clouds. Like healthy energy talks to us about what is possible. And I feel like even in the space by which I see you, like moving into, like I keep on hearing, like there's a space by which you're moving, which is why it almost feels like a maturation process, because I almost like I see somebody that, like I keep on hearing there's more to explore, but they've been hurt before, is what I keep on getting. There's more to explore, but they've been hurt before, which is what I keep on identifying in relationality to energy that is moving. Like I keep on hearing somebody almost saying, I don't want you to make a choice for me. I want you to make a choice for you. Like I almost feel like there's someone who is holding themselves at a distance because they don't want to shape. Like that's the type of love. Like that's the type of, I don't. It was crazy that love fell out of my mouth because I didn't mean to say that. But it's like even the space by which the care that we have, like the amount of care that we have in honoring another's choices, in the space by which we don't want to tell another person how we feel about them for fear. I keep on hearing we don't want to tell them about how we feel about them for fear that it may affect their ability to make them, is what I keep on hearing. Um, yeah, especially with the judgment card, right? And I feel like that is like, this is what I mean in like, in relationality to like working through energetic, I keep wondering the space by which we navigate energetic shifts is the space by which we honor each other's choices. And so I do feel like there's something, like I do feel like there's something bittersweet that is potentially happening here, because I almost see like, and I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing the same message, which is healthy partnership builds bridges, is what I keep on getting. Healthy partnership builds bridges because it's the space by which we identify and articulate upon what's possible, right? It's a space by which we see something and say, we'll make it work, right? It's like I almost feel like the energy, like this is what I mean about like the healthy relationship that builds bridges is the energy that looks at something and says, it's not, it's not if we do something, it's how we do something, right? It's just a question of like I keep on hearing like it's just a question in terms of navigating the choices that are before them. So I feel like there's something significant about that in relationality to um, making. I feel like there's something important about making sure that you're articulating to others what your intention is what I keep on seeing, right? Like make sure that you're sharing to others what that dream is, because I keep on hearing a dream that is shared is a dream that becomes possible versus the energy feeling like I keep on hearing there's no room in healthy relationship to say like you either like this or that and then having to experience the consequences, right? There shouldn't be any consequences in the space of making healthy choices, because it's the space by which I keep on hearing a rising tide raises all ships. It's the space by which another person feels that they're making those choices with you in the space of having the holistic manifestation goal. So make sure you're having those conversations. Yeah. And especially like the five of like the five of swords and of wands and it's upright. It's funny that I said five of swords. It's not uncommon for insecurities to come up. But the difference between, I keep wondering, like the difference between um is there like somebody like worried about another person's intentions here? Like I don't know why I keep on reading into a situation. Have you ever had a situation where it's like another person is energetically harmless, but like the space by which another person gets so like, it's like they become the projection point of another person's doubts and fears is what I keep on seeing. Um, like I feel like make sure the conversations that you're having right now are not becoming projection conversations, which is like not the space by which another person tries to read into another person's intention is what I keep on getting. Right? Like I feel like there's like I almost like it's giving me the type of vibration of someone being like, "Oh, I know what they're doing," being like, nobody knows anybody. But often when someone says like, "I know what they're doing," being like, "Well, what would you like? What do you think they're doing?" Like that says more about you than it does about them. So I feel like make sure that you're recognizing what feels like a healthy conversation versus something that like versus energy that's like that tries to articulate upon identifying what's best for you. And I keep on hearing it's the difference between someone that says I want what's best for you, which is saying like what can I do to help you make a choice more effectively, versus the energy that says I know what's best for you, which says, I don't think you're making the right choice because I know what I want for you. So I keep on hearing, let that kind of help you as you're navigating through a lot of this energy right now. Because I do feel like there are some relationships that are coming into a closing point, even in the space of you navigating this choice. But they're saying like when we're moving in the right direction, we're disappointing the right energy, right? We're disappointing people in the best way possible, which is the difference between someone that says, I'm disappointed in you versus you saying, well, what were you expecting? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julian. Thank you again for your patience and having that reading. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We've reached the conclusion of our list today. We are going to move into one card readings for subscribers. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. I got bored. I got bored. No, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, manifested too close to the sun. Tricks. No, I was getting that. I did. That's how I'm feeling where I live now. Closed out some major loops. Yeah, with the Seven of Swords. Yep. I stayed closer to home for my partner. And now, hold on a minute. And now I'm like, I'm out and I have to follow my dreams. I get it. Also, the job and the people in that job I no longer have. I gotta go. I see here. Yeah. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, too much funny business. That makes sense. Yeah, that would be my partner, even though it deeply hurts. I'm sending you support on that journey. It does. It feels very bittersweet. Oh, maybe, yeah, or their family. I can read people very well, but the thing, like, that's the thing the thing I keep on seeing is like, I almost see some kind, like, that's the thing about it, Ken, that I thought was wild is like, I see the type of energy of someone saying they don't want to shape another person's choice. You know what I mean? Like, that's what was interesting about that. I've been hearing, oh, that's a good song. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Julia. I hope that message helped and sending you support on that journey. All right. One card, highest priority, please. Um, this is feels new. This feels like, is this a new passion, a new interest? Something like this is giving like new in the heart of the retrograde? The universe hates a vacuum. I feel like you're letting go. Like I feel like I see you like letting go of something that no longer energetically serves you, because I keep on seeing like this is the sound of you making healthier choices. Yeah, especially with the ram energy. There's something to be said there in relationality to I keep on saying there's something to be said in relationality to you kind of continuing to put effort to something right now. So I keep on hearing continue to give something effort. Even if you don't see something moving the way that you would. A lot of things can be happening under the surface. Ava, one card from Divine Counterpart, please, for Ava. We've got the Four of Swords in its reversal. So I feel like like it's interesting because I just see some kind of circumstance or situation. It's an anniversary of something. I feel like this is I'm getting some kind of vibration on someone, like somebody who lost somebody. And it was a like I keep on getting they lost someone and it was a wake up call is what I keep yeah, like I keep on seeing, especially with the moon card, right? Like I keep on getting the sense of someone who lost someone and it was a wake up call that they had to make some kind of changes. So ram energy, like I see somebody who's almost like honoring someone who's on the other side based upon the fact that they've been making choices, different choices ever since they energetically departed. Bridget, 1 minute two. One card, please, on getting, ooh, on getting a new, getting a house fan. Sounds awesome. Yeah, like this is says to me, like, I mean, but I feel like this is continuing in the space of I see you like letting go of a lot of things, like this is you becoming more energetically portable. Yeah, like I feel like this is you, like this is you, like I keep on hearing like you're honoring your Scorpio energy. You're allowing for a little bit of this like energetic adaptability here. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I feel like this is you no longer trying to hold on to things, but being like, do I really need this? Is it helpful to me? And I feel like it's funny because they're saying like something about the acquisition of that helps you get rid of more stuff, if that makes sense. Hannah, one card, highest priority, please. Um, yeah, this is saying to me like this is giving me like fools need not apply. I feel like you're healing rejection is protection. I keep on saying if somebody finds your manifestation goals, like if for asking too much, like this is you taking some kind of find less energy. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Like I'm almost identifying, I feel like I'm identifying some kind of circumstance or situation by which like I feel like this is you just kind of like I know this is gonna sound wild, but it's giving me the type of energy which of you having kind of navigating with someone being like, if you can be silly, I can be hilarious. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me the type of energy. Like it almost says to me, like someone didn't think you were being serious about something. Yeah, water dragon. Like somebody didn't. I keep on hearing someone didn't think you were being serious about something, and now you have a degree in it. Is what I keep on hearing. Somebody didn't think you were serious about something, and now you've got a degree in it. Is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, dear. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. Um, I feel like every time I read for this energy, I just keep on getting a lot of stop start, which is like an idea coming up, but the ability to like I keep on like I feel like there's some kind of block that keeps on happening with someone in relationality to follow through. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. Like it's giving me a little bit of they get too distracted with getting in fights with people. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know why that's coming through. Yeah, especially with the owl energy, like it's giving me like like the like this is why we don't like get involved when like energy like like when energy like calls us chicken, we just like we're like like rather I keep hearing like rather be a chicken than a fool. which is like the reason I keep on hearing like rather be a chicken than a fool, which is to say like when someone's trying to like call us out, they're just demanding our energy, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like they have this tendency of like, like I don't know if they have a tendency of like having like a temperamentality thing, or they can't like not like, you know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of that energy there. Claire, or like yeah, one card on. Whoop, I got you. One card on their feelings. I mean, they miss you like wild. Like this is saying this is somebody thinking very sentimentally of you. Bottom of the deck. But who's this? Like this is like I need to point out like I'll never understand it, man. Like some energy likes to pine for people at a distance. Yeah, everything looks like everything, like the grass is always greener kind of energy around someone, you know? The grass is always greener is never watering their lawn, right? The grass is always greener is never watering their lawn, is what I keep on hearing. One card, highest priority for Nikki, please. Yeah, it's very much in like follow the dream. Like keep on hearing, like remember that dream you had, which is saying like recognize when someone is just trying to say something to get a rise out of you, right? Um, like I keep on hearing, like don't get, and I feel like in a way, like the guides were showing you that dream because you already accomplished it. The guides don't show us things that we haven't already done. So I feel like the guides were like showing you what it looks like to them when instead of getting angry, right? Instead of rising to the bait, you articulate. Yeah, instead write that down. Instead of rising to the bait, articulate. Right? Yeah, like instead of rising to the bait, articulate, which is the space by which again with the King of Wands and its reversal. Yeah, right? Like not letting someone get you upset. Be like, I keep on hearing, can you just repeat to me what you said? I keep on hearing like repeat to me. I keep on hearing like repeat to me like I am a small child. Can you please like I almost like there's something about you like coming into this space where somebody says something that's completely not cool that you say, can you please say that again? Can you please repeat what you just said to me? Right? Almost like the space by which you make sure it's I just want to make sure that's what you were saying. Because what if I'm understanding you, you just said, right? Like I keep on hearing, don't rise to the bait, articulate, right? Move into that, like, yeah. Haley, I'm jumping back into my passion for writing. Oh, that's amazing. Per two cards, highest priority, please. Yeah, we got the 3 of Pentacles in its upright with the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So don't get don't what do you, something is coming together for you right now. Don't let your insecurity, like you've got this. You're ready for this, is what I keep on seeing. Like don't like I feel like this is something that you're doing that's working into your confidence. Yeah, especially with the King of Wands and its reversal. Um, I think it's important too, because it's saying to me that I almost see you kind of like working to resolve, um, like the space by which, remember I said that there was something about the intimacy in your dream that felt like a red herring. Like they're basically saying to me that you're no longer projecting your energetic insecurity on masculine energy. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. Like it's the observation of this fact that even in the dream you weren't saying, what are you doing to me? Being like, what are you doing? Period. Like what are you doing? Period. That's how you're healing your shadow work, right? You're not taking something personally. You're just looking at something almost analytically. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hair, right? Like I feel like I keep on hearing like this is you no longer, like I keep on hearing like no longer invested in energy that delights in seeing, I keep hearing you're no longer invested in energy that delights in seeing you scared, is what I keep on seeing. So I don't know if that was something that was happening in relationality to some kind of past experience or past relationship, but I keep on seeing that there's something about that that you're energetically clear of it. How are you doing today, Alexandra? Yes, you did. Oh, you're at the museum. Fun. General, please, for Alexandra. Got you. We've got the eight. We've got the Eight of Pentacles here. So I feel like this is you. Like, I feel like this is you. Like, things are going on under the surface in a way that you might not be able to see. I feel like this is you kind of becoming um like more comprehensive, or working on something, or getting a better sense of where it is that you feel comfortable being. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you're like, again, the difference between a manifestation problem and a location, right? Like, I keep on hearing it's not that the manifestation is wrong. It's like location. Sometimes the manifestation is location, 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 which is the space by which you have to try a few different places before you feel energetically comfortable somewhere. Yeah, especially with, yeah, this is more of that Goldilocks energy with the bear, right? Further confirmation on that. Like, this is not, I keep wondering, this is not you floundering. This is you finding what feels right for you. I know, I do too. That sounds great. Yeah, I just want to get rid of everything. I love it. You're welcome, Hannah. Excellent. Highest priority for Kim, please. And following your bliss. I see you following your bliss right now. Again, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords. Don't let someone take your hope from you. You know what I mean? Don't let somebody, like, don't let someone get you down that way. Like, I keep on hearing your positivity is a gift if you bring it in. Don't let somebody, like, don't let somebody's like sad outlook affect you in that way. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the raven, you know? Like, I keep on hearing like the energetic, like, almost like someone, like, it's a big fallacy for someone to see optimism and think that someone's being naive. Like, optimism is a choice that we bring to situations. It's not a point of naivete. So I keep on hearing, like, remember, move in accordance with energy that finds your optimism sacred. Hi there, Andrew. Thank you for the follow. Yes, rise out of me, the irony. Instead of, yeah, articulate. Yeah, instead of rising to the bait, articulate. I literally said that too. Like, say it again. I got the whole well, exactly. Welcome, formula. Excellent. You're so welcome, Per. Yeah, I love that. I'm making choices that don't compromise what I'm looking for. Unexpectedly having wisdom teeth removed. Oh, welcome, Ruby. It's okay. Sending you support, dear. Okay. And Manny, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I think the rest of the lovely subscribers. Oh, but I didn't put it in the I didn't update that. Thank you for letting me know. Hi there. How are you doing today? Highest priority for Susie, please. All right. Knight of Pentacles. Just continue to be consistent in something right now, right? Like, your consistency around situations is creates a supportive environment for others. I keep on hearing like consistent energy appreciates solutions, which is the space by which you can articulate to another something you see that would make something better, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit, yeah, the hawk, right? Like, I keep on hearing, if you're bringing someone a problem, make sure that you're articulating the solution to it too. Be like, I noticed something, but I think that this is something that would make something better here. Manny, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Absolutely. Oop, hold on a minute. Highest priority, please, for Kim. Highest priority for Kim. Um, 10 of Wands and its reversal. So this is saying to me, like working on doing something, like finding efficiencies, finding a way of doing something better or easier. Bottom of the deck, like especially with the 10 of Swords and its reversal. Like I almost like I keep on hearing, make sure if someone's bringing something back towards you from the past, they're talking about solutions, not about missing things. Animal spirit guide. Woo, you got a bunch of them here, but we're going to take the top one, which is the B, right? Not feeling like you need to negotiate with someone in relationality to what a manifestation goal is. Divine counterpart for Ruby, please. I keep on hearing healthy relationship for you is not going to require you to navigate them deciding whether they want the same manifestation. They're going to see how much work you do, and they're going to want to make something easier instead of harder. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? Like healthy energy for you is not going to feel like an additional burden. They're not going to feel like they're adding to more of the work that you need to do. You're going to know them because they're going to say, how can I make something easier for you? Animal spirit guide, yeah, the boar, right? Like not in the space, like not, I keep wondering, like not in the space of saying, right, like not adding to your own weight, but saying, can I take something off of your back? Absolutely. Yep, I gave you a freebie. Exactly. A freebie, but I'm bump. I love it. Just guessing because of the numbers. Understood. Reaching my financial goals. Good to see you, Taymel. One card on reaching them. Um, yeah, the justice card. You're actively doing this. Just keep on. I keep on hearing like keep on making those decisions. I feel like looking at things that you may be doing that could be more cost effective solutions. Yeah, or finding locations where it might be easier to do something. I don't know if the area that you're in right now is very expensive. Yeah, the B, right? Sometimes situations are solved with locationality, right? Places, things that become easier depending on where we find ourselves. You're so welcome, dear. Exactly. Hard to tell. All right, friends. Final call for any of my subscribers who would like a one card or anyone who'd like to become a super fan right now to receive a one card. Just a reminder, I will be back on tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. I got you, Ella. Just a general. Highest good. I keep on seeing bringing forward creativity, bringing forward solutions, allowing for a lot of that vibration of productivity right now, bottom of the deck. Not wait. I keep on hearing being productive is not waiting for someone to energetically respond. Giving someone the benefit of the doubt and just moving on from something is often the space by which we can heal something. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the cat, right? Like if we see not reading into things, not reading into things in relationality to another's intention, giving someone the benefit of doubt until there is no doubt. I keep on hearing the space by which we are energetically, like the space by which we understand and reaffirm. But I keep on hearing like asking questions, but not making assumptions. I got you, Kay. Highest good on advice. Ooh, roll at work. Um, keeping an air of positivity, right? Like I feel like there's something about your positivity that's energetically contagious. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune and its reversal. Um, I feel like you need more work. I feel like I almost see you like saying to someone like, "Is there more I could be doing?" Like almost like saying to an like you might have to create that work in terms of like something you see you could be doing at the same time. Yeah, the dog energy, like almost like helping another person and saying like I would like if especially if you're bored saying like, I've had some ideas I'd like to put before you, right? You're so welcome. Have a great evening. Kath, one card, highest priority, please. You don't have to talk to anybody about anything, especially if they're not honoring your standards. you know? Like it's bottom of the deck, judgment, you know? Like it's I keep on hearing not when someone's not honoring your standards, sometimes the conversation, like I keep on hearing like sometimes the conversation upon why, like in itself feels energetically offensive because I keep on hearing it shouldn't feel like we need to articulate our standards to another person. It's like a lot of that observe, don't absorb. Animal spirit guide, especially if you already articulated something to another person. Like it's giving me like again, it's like I keep on hearing it's not the fact that we don't give someone the benefit of a doubt, but we don't require the space by which we have to repeat ourselves, right? Like we honor like the space by which we articulate what our standards are, and then we see if another person's respective of them. And I keep on hearing if someone's not respective of them, it doesn't require a conversation. I thank you so much, Kath. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today again and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, I'll be back on tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you just became a super fan today, I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, October 15th. We'll be studying the moon card. I also want to let you guys know if you'd like to register for the readings tomorrow, you can do so on my site. You can all, I mean, on the over on my profile, if you're on the clock app, and also if you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. And if you get on today, you'll have an additional card in your reading. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you. Right back at you, Wushu. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today, K. Megan. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.